All right, what's good, people? We're gonna do the StreamYard thing just to give people a little bit more time to come in, relax, listen to something before I get into my spiel. I always like to start off with a good word. So let's start off with a good word.
It's gonna be hard for a man to take me out. You can make my road hard, you can say what you want. At the end of the day, I'm living off faith. I don't care about nothing. There's one thing I can say about all of them. Everybody living off that faith. Everybody. Ricky Hill is a believer. Thomas and Ariel is a believer. JL is a believer. T.O. is definitely a believer. A man that walking in faith, you can tell by his surroundings. I done woke up in the morning, didn't have $1 in my pocket, and had all this going on, and God still made a way. So you think I'm gonna be scared now? I ain't gonna wait. I be living a lie, and I ain't gonna do that. You can call me a lie, but I ain't gonna live a lie. But what I'm doing right now, I'm living off faith. I'm walking on the footsteps of Jesus, and I believe every word I say. I ain't just trying to put on no show. Because guess what? I can tell you something that seems far-fetched to you, but it's just an everyday thing to me with my power of God. I'm not mad at anybody for trying to put a stumbling block in my way. I return that stupidity with kindness. You return bull crap with kindness. Put a kind word on top of that negativity and see who got the frown on their face. But they're expecting you to say something back. Man, I ain't studying that. That means you got control over me. Man, when God bless you, stay humble. I could have a whole lot of something, but I'll never tell you about it. You gonna have to figure that out. You judge me however you want to, and I hope you keep judging me as being poor like I've been being. That's what I want to be. All the things that I'm a steward over is a blessing from God. I've been in some tight situations, bro. I can tell you no lie now. I've been in some tight situations. This road ain't smooth, but guess what? At the end of the day, I trust God. God put me.
What's going on? Just want to tap in. Saw you in there. Appreciate you being here. Let's get back to it. All right. So this is a good word. This is a real good word.
I know that I'm going to ruffle some feathers with this one, but these things need to be said. So this is my question to Black people, my people. Why are
American Indian, Indigenous, Aboriginal, copper-colored people
we still buying luxury goods? Why are we still buying from these European luxury houses like the Chanel, the Louis Vuitton, the Dior, the Hermes, the Prada, the Gucci? Why are we buying from these people? They do nothing for our communities. What they do is appropriate our culture, okay, steal from us without any kind of recognition or reciprocity. When you buy a Chanel bag, a Hermes bag, a whatever handbag or shoe or whatever, that money is going back to Europe. It's going back to Florence or it's going back to Paris. It does not stay here to help or support our communities. We get nothing in return. We have tremendous buying power, and we're using it to support and prop up companies that don't give a care about us. Okay, they don't even care enough to put us on their boards, to give us any stake and make a decision in their company. I believe there's only one Black person who is a executive board member for Prada. That is it. And if you guys come for me and talk about Pharrell at Louis Vuitton, I'm sorry, but I'm not even sure that Pharrell is still Black. okay, after some of the things that he has said. So I don't want to hear that either. We have to be smarter about how we spend our money. I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money because I don't count other people's money or get into other people's pocketbooks because I was raised well. But you should be asking yourselves these questions. Why are we supporting these companies that do absolutely nothing for us? We need to start using and exercising the biggest power that we have, which is the power of the purse.
Yeah, talk about it.
Your pocketbook. These companies worship one thing only, and that is money. Okay. So why should we continue to support them when they offer us nothing? They're selling people a lie. They're trading on people's very human desire to want to belong and want to be seen as successful. And that is also a lie. You don't need their bags to be successful, to show people that you are successful. Let's think about this, people. Okay.
Good word. Now, this right here is interesting. Now, this is 1963, right? Young man. Couldn't be no older than 12, maybe 13, maybe. But pay attention. I'm leading you on. Pay attention to his voice tone, how he works through this speech, right? Now, this is under SNCC, right? If you don't understand SNCC, SNCE, that's the Southern National Christian Church.
Feel that feels not wanted because due to the fact the white people of the South, they don't seem to understand the younger generation of Negroes. We won't put up with the present situation. It makes any Negro who is sensible kind of angry when he hears any person ask the Negro, why do you want to do this, do that? Why do you want to vote? Why do you want to go to the University of Mississippi? Well, I think that the Negro should be able to choose his own institution as the white youth when he finishes high school.
This clip is.
Why are they interviewing him?
From a 1963 documentary created by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The goal was to show the rest of the country.
Oh, that's what it's called. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. My bad. I had them mixed up. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee.
What Black Mississippians were facing just for trying to vote. Black citizens made up the majority of the population in county after county across Mississippi, but almost none of them were registered to vote. Not because they didn't want to, because the system and the people enforcing it made sure they couldn't, and anyone who tried paid a price. These are some of their stories.
Lots of people in Mid-County are afraid to go to Liberty and register or vote because they're afraid of being killed. Lots of them are afraid to join the NAACP because they'd be afraid to lose their job and have to go hungry.
My name is Curtis Dawson. I was born and raised in the Mid-County. I was in Liberty, Mississippi on the way to the courthouse to register to vote. Me and Knox and Moses, we met 3 white men. And one of those men jumped on Moses and began to beat him. Liberty, Mississippi, to register. The registrar gave me some paper to fill out, and I turned them in. And then as I was leaving, a group of white men was interfering with some of my friends, and I got them in my truck and got them away as quick as I could.
Herbert Lee.
Now, we previously talked about the Birthright citizenship, Naturalization Act, 14th Amendment, civil rights. These people are being allegedly attacked. We haven't seen it yet. They have been allegedly attacked for going to vote. So that means prior to that, you were not voting. Even prior to that, you were supposed to have been set free as an African slave. You were supposed to have been set free. But what is it? 1965, carry the one. 100 years later, you still are having problems not voting. 100 years later, they're talking about that. Not 5 years later, not 2 years later, but 100 years later. You're talking about the 14th Amendment was established when? 1867, 86, one of them things. I don't know. 100 years later, you still all of a sudden are having an issue and being and promoting and filming and interviewing people that are now 100 years later trying to vote. Wait a minute. That didn't make no sense. Were people actually voting prior to, let's just say, 1933? Let's say prior to 1926, 1924, Indian Citizenship Act. Was there voting going on? Nobody talks about that. But what we do know in places like South Carolina and the Carolinas that there's pictures of nothing but brothers in legislation. That means that there was some people voting for these individuals. I'm confused. So let's even say 1879 to 19, that's what? 84 years. This is 1963. 1964 is when the voters' rights, civil rights came out, and that dealt with voters' rights. So 80 years ago, 80 years later, not 5, not 6, not 2, 80. Come on, man. Gotta make this make sense. Clip that.
Was the father of some 9 children in a mid-county, Mississippi. The county is 54% Negro. He tried very hard to get his fellow citizens out to register and vote. He was killed by a state representative from Mississippi, a white state representative, after he himself had tried to vote. These are pictures of his wife and his 9 children.
I, as a young nigga,
That guy had a clean afro. This is on Instagram, so I can't rewind. It's just like a straight through. But if you look at it, he had a clean white suit. He was clean. That thing was pressed, had creases in them, afro clean, nice and shaped well. Looked pretty good. But he's leading people to the voters poll. And something happened to him, and something happened to other people that he's leading. What is that? What is that? A shepherd leading sheep to slaughter, or what? I don't know. I have no idea. All right, so this is little history, and this is our this is our DIY that nobody likes to talk about.
For a white TV show and never told you where it really came from. You've heard the phrase, the real McCoy. Most folks link it to that 1960s white family sitcom, but the truth behind the name, it started with a black inventor whose story they buried. Elijah McCoy was born to formerly enslaved parents in 1844. He studied engineering, but no company would hire a black man as an engineer. So he worked as a railroad fireman and quietly changed the entire industry.
See, there we go. See that conversation right there? Nobody would hire a black man, so he had to do this and do that and do that. That's how it always starts.
He invented a lubrication system that allowed trains to run without stopping.
How is somebody that couldn't get hired by anybody because he a black man inventing shit like that, the lubrication? How is somebody dressed like that? It's supposed to be somebody downtrodden, a slave, so on and so forth. Come on, man.
It was so effective that engineers began demanding, "Give me the real McCoy." But here's the gut punch. White-owned companies copied his invention. They got rich. He got erased. And while many families sat around watching the real McCoys on TV, the real McCoy was forgotten.
Now, if you can see, I'm just going to blow this up. This is called the lubricating cup in 1872. That is what? 5 to 7 years, right? After the 14th Amendment and freeing of slaves. So this cat came straight out the goddamn yard, out of the field, picking cotton, no shoes, can't talk, can't write, head down most of the time, got a sackcloth for clothes, and he just comes out and creates this right here. Granted you, in these 5 and 7 years, he's dressed like that. You can fool people some of the time, but you can't fool people all of the time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Why does America celebrate the imitations but bury the black originators? Comment McCoy if you refuse to let this truth stay hidden. Follow for...
See, this is what they say. The other term is, if you want to hide the truth, put it in the book. Niggas ain't gonna read that shit. My response to that is, why we need to read that shit? We didn't write it. And we over here building shit. We over here creating shit. We got all these things going on over here. We don't need, why we need to read y'all book? That's in your areas of what you're talking about. Your whole romantic scene of theatrics to create a whole narrative, eventually to have it fall over into our areas so that way we think we missing out on something. That's why the one sister I was talking about, them Chanel bags and all that, all this stuff that people are throwing out of there, and they get a couple few people, to sport that, and you buying it. We need you to promote this for us. Why? Because that's the only way they're going to buy it, because you're wearing it. If they see us wearing it, they not buying it. Why we want to wear something that y'all wearing? I don't think so. Come on, man. Common sense, but common sense ain't common. Now, this brother got some tricks. Gardening 101.
And now we got them up out of here. If you want to grow your own food, my people, It's almost our season. Now I'm about to give you 5 pieces of advice that I wish I knew when I started gardening. First thing first, grow what you eat. Now when I started, I grew everything from tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, to carrots, to onion, everything that they had in the store, I purchased. I was so excited. I was just getting everything I could. I don't even eat radishes. Man, what I'm growing radishes for? Before you make the mistake like I did, make sure you eat the things that you want to grow so you don't waste space. All right, the second tip I got for you, succession plan. That just means you want to keep it in rotation. Let me break it down a little more. If I know I like to eat cucumbers all year, then I'm going to grow me some cucumbers today. And then about a month down the line, I'm going to plant me some more cucumbers in that same place right behind them. So that way, when I harvest these cucumbers, I still got new cucumbers on the way. Keep the re-up coming. Yeah. See, I want y'all to be just as excited
You can tell this is a street nigga right here. He got pizzazz.
as I am. But we're going to do it right. Just a little plan. Tip number 3, how am I going to store these things? The number 1 way to store a lot of these vegetables that you're growing is learning how to can. I teach you how to do that too, but think about it. How am I going to store everything that I'm growing? I don't want nothing to go to waste. Am I going to pickle some of these cucumbers? Am I going to take all these tomatoes and make my own pasta sauce? Do I want to make some barbecue sauce? I'm going to make me some barbecue sauce this year. See, me, I'm trying to grow everything I can, so I know I'm going to have an overflow. What I'm going to do with it? These last 2 right here going to help us all. The 4th piece of advice I want to give you is location. Move, Coco. Always in the way. So location is very important because you want to be able to say, where do I get the most sunlight at? Where do I want to plant the items that don't need as much sunlight as my tomatoes may need? Before you just start throwing stuff everywhere in your yard, understand where you want to put what, and you're going to be real successful. God dang. So many people have reached out to me and said, well, what I'm going to do about the deers? The squirrels love eating all my crops. What you do about this? I can't grow nothing. So this last tip probably should have been number 1. Companion planting. The hell is that mean? I'm about to put you down. If I know cabbage worms like to eat all my cabbage before I get to it, what don't cabbage worms like? A lot of different herbs are not just good for teas. They're also good because they have a strong smell that a lot of pests hate. So if you want to deter pests from your garden, look up what herbs do this pest not like. You want to partner up your plants with some sort of defense from all these pests that may be eating your crop before you even get to see it grow. The number 1 thing I love to research is what grows good next to onions or what grows good next to potatoes. See, everything can't just grow together. You want to understand what grows good in the same pot as this other vegetable if you want to be successful. Those are 5 tips. We growing. My people, our season is almost here. If you don't want
to... That was good work right there. Good words, man. Good words. Good words. Now this guy is a scientist.
Today we've been down to 19 degrees, 18 degrees, 20 degrees, 22 degrees. This just goes back to show you just how resilient these plants are. As that sun starting to come up, look at everything starting to stand up again. And you notice there are no insect bites on any of these plants over here. None of this stuff is covered up. No insect bites. You can go over here to the cabbage. You know how those slugs love cabbage? No insect bites. Nothing's covered up. No insect damage at all. And that is because of the high Brix levels of the plants. Most chewing insects don't like plants with high Brix levels. The better your Brix levels are, the less pest pressure you're going to have. And all of that comes from the inputs that you're putting into your garden, which is that fulvic acid extract.
Now, I've never heard of this. He said Brix, right? So that's B-R-I-X, Brix. Man, I've been taking notes. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be a great year.
Every 7 to 10 days, game changer.
Game changer. Now, anybody got any elders in your family and they might be dealing with something? Good word here.
Onion, fresh garlic, turmeric, ginger, right? Fresh lime or lemon juice. I can't remember which one I used in this one. But anyway, my mama went to the hospital. She's on oxygen. She's on level 3. They say she has stage 4 lung disease, and There is no coming back from that. She's been on level 3 for a minute, so she's like almost on 24-hour oxygen. She's been in the hospital for a week. They just released her today, and the doctor told her that she's no longer on level 3. She's on level 2. Now, how is that possible if the doctor just told us last month that there's no coming back from her being whatever stage that she's in, this lung disease? I done cleared so much mucus out of her lungs with this in 2 months.
Now, that's one of the most important problems that is dealing with these issues is mucus. Right? Me, I'm not a big herbs and doing all this type of stuff. You know, I'm a green tea, black tea, cinnamon. You know, I do a little something right there. I got lemon. I make sure I get some lemon and some hot water when I would get up or whatever. Boom, break that up. Get some acidics in me, break something down. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 2-egg omelet, oatmeal with my black tea and cinnamon and all that stuff. Yeah, that's me. Right? I'm a high iron, that type of guy. I don't do too much. I'm a man. All I gotta do is get out here, be physical, and then, you know, get the blood pressure up, get the blood moving, and that kills a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? But with elderly people, you know, because elderly people, you can't tell them nothing about no pork. You can't tell them nothing about no ice cream, and you know, you can't tell them nothing about any of that type of stuff. You know what I mean? They're gonna eat it. So, and then you got over a period of time. I don't know if anybody's seen the movie by Chris Rock about hair, right? You know, you putting stuff in your hair and chemicals and things like that, that's going right to the brain. The brain is your central nervous system, your central place for all the nerves and movements and everything that's going on. Keep that brain healthy, everything else works. You don't have to worry about it. But that's a good recipe right there. Now, this was interesting. Another good word.
Pickles, man, these are kind we used to always get, you know, but then when you look at the ingredients, look, you got the cucumbers, water, vinegar, but then look, you got the sodium, benzenate, calcium, chloride, you got the natural flavors, which isn't natural, that actually make us want to keep eating, and it lead to weight gain. Then you got polysorbate 80 and yellow 5.
Exactly. A lot of people are going over food and the unwillingness to go take a walk. Go take a walk, sweat a little bit, get the blood flowing. You know, mixing the green, yellow, purple, orange, you know, mix it up in there. You know, like you said, get some good, got white young onions, yellow onions, red onions, purple cabbage. You got all those different type of things, you know. I mean, nowadays, it seems like the most easiest thing to just go ahead and juice it. You know, but remember though, baking soda and white vinegar, apple cider vinegar too. Wash them down. You know, yeah, it works. Make sure if you gonna eat meat, orange juice, white vinegar, soak that bad boy, get all them impurities out. Then you got your wet rub. Whatever you're gonna do, let that soak. Open up that meat, let it get up in there. Also, you got cloves. Get those cloves in there too as well. Let that thing soak in there. Then you put your dry rub in there, get it ready to go, and you get to cooking. Beautiful thing.
I was looking around for natural pickles, and it's hard to find them, so we just started making them from scratch. Check this out, it's easy, hold on. All you need is a few simple ingredients. Take a look, man. We actually got this recipe in our family cookbook, actually. But all you need is some cucumbers, some peppercorn.
Now, that's crazy. I didn't even know pickles are actually cucumbers. Just call it just being dumb. You call me dumb all you want. I just thought pickle was a pickle. I ain't gonna even lie to you.
some sea salt, vinegar, some spring water, raw organic cane sugar, some onions, dill, garlic. That's it. Watch how I put this thing together. Check this out. First things first, I'm doing 4 cups of spring water. So I'm gonna do 2 cups distilled vinegar, 2 tablespoons of all natural sea salt, 1 tablespoon of raw organic cane sugar. I'm gonna bring this.
All right. This is how you make pickles. This is how you make pickles. I'll be damned, man. Boy, I tell you. You got to look at it at the end of the day. Like they are sitting here like slow walking us off the cliff. We are walking the plank and don't even know it. They just slowly beating us down. But the cool thing about it is how we survive this shit, though. If all this is supposed to be that way and these things are actually functioning in that position, sheesh, how we surviving this stuff?
This to a boil. We just want that sugar and salt to melt down. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put it in the freezer till it get cold. Now while that's chilling out, we're gonna go ahead and cut these cucumbers up into spears that are gonna fit into these jars right here. So I cut it this way, then I'm gonna cut it the long way. Then I'm gonna cut it twice like this. 1, 2. Now we got some dill that we put on the bottom. I'm gonna add a few peppercorns. Then we're gonna drop onions. This is gonna be on the bottom, and this is for that extra flavor. Then we're gonna drop a couple cloves of garlic in each one. Now we're gonna add these cucumber spears on top of that. So we ready to go. I put this in the freezer because this mixture right here for the pickles, you want it to be cold. If you put it on top of this when it's warm, it's gonna make these pickles super soft and you ain't gonna like it. So we just fill them up. You feel me? I love myself more than the love that I have for the convenience of unhealthy food options. This is why we do things like this. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let this sit for about 24 hours. They'll be ready to go, man. This is an example of the natural light lifestyle. You know what I mean? I wrote this book, Life Matters, so Let's Eat Like It, to explain how I lost 100 pounds still eating the foods that I like to eat. I was making choices like this, just choosing better versions of what I like to eat. If you want to grab a copy, feel free. I got our website link underneath my profile picture. Prayers up, blessings up.
Good word. Good word. Let me delete these things. Clean my. Let me get these out of here. Let me get these out of here. I don't know why I'm hitting that button like that. I don't even have to. All right. All right. So we about to make a shift. But even though we're making a shift, it's still good work. If you can see right here, it is now law for Afro-Indigenous what? Let's check.
de Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo, signed 2 edicts into law, which are breathtaking to say the least. What she did and what she signed into the Mexican Constitution are 2 parts. The first part was that the indigenous people within Mexico of many.
Hold on, let me mute my mic for a minute. I don't want to interrupt this. Big Dog Philly. Hold on. Big Dog Philly in the house, in the building. Appreciate you being here. All right. Let's get back to it. Let me mute my mic.
Many different tribes will now have the ability to have their own sovereign nations. Now, bear with me here. So basically, a commission is set up to recognize those indigenous nations within Mexico and teach them and show them how they can rule autonomously and set up their own rulership over their own people, because there's a lot of indigenous different tribes within Mexico. The second part of that edict that was signed into the Mexican Constitution recognizes, and hear me out here, Afro-Indigenous. So, and that basically states that written into the Mexican Constitution, it is now law that the Afro-Indigenous are recognized as full citizens of Mexico and are afforded their indigenous status. And then she went on to state that Mexico recognizes that Afro-Indigenous people were on this continent hundreds of years before the Spaniards stepped 1 foot on the soil. It completely changes the narrative of what we've been taught. It completely changes the idea that Columbus was here and it's just Mexicans. It flips it right on its head. Everything is out the door. This is a very intelligent woman. And what she has stated are what people on different social media platforms have been saying for years. Black man was already here. The black man was already here. We didn't come in slave ships. That's not feasible. It would have taken too many ships. They would lose too many people. But if you're taken from Mexico and South America and taken off the coast and sat off the coast for a couple months and then brought up and dropped off in Boston, that makes it a hell of a lot more feasible, doesn't it?
Look at the faces. Who told you who the first Americans were?
This. Look. Let me do that. Let me give you a round of applause. Big Dog Philly OG. Smoke Signal. Aboriginal Power. Dane Calloway. Cootie Mayo. 432 to drop. Top Cat. Me. Want to give you guys a round of applause. Everybody's saying it now. So you got that established. You got a foundation. Build on it. Outside of that, just running your mouth. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. All right. All right, so this from none other than None of Your Business. I haven't seen it yet. Let's check. What happened? What happened? Where's the sound at, man? It's not playing. It's not playing. It's not playing, None of Your Business. It's not playing. Why isn't it giving me any? Let's do it like this. Let me pull this up. Let me go into my email and let me pull it up again.
The Law That Never Was, Volume 1 and 2, right here. This is about the 16th Amendment and taxes. Educate yourself. Here, the actual documents of all of the case are in both books. Get them. On the IRS website, it says that they will take a registered bill of exchange as payment. Okay, look that up. The absence of the 16th Amendment means that the federal government can only collect income tax, okay, within the guidelines set forth by the Supreme Court in Pollock versus Farmers Loan and Trust Corporation, 157 U.S. 429, as payment. Okay, look that up. The absence of the 16th Amendment means that the federal government can only collect income tax, okay, within the guidelines set forth by the Supreme Court in Pollock versus Farmers Loan and Trust Corporation, 157 U.S. 429, 1895. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, always understand you can invoke the equity jurisdiction, but they're going to come at you hard. Prepare yourself. Have a nice day.
Okay. All right. All right. Another good word. This is a good word.
Black people's homes in Brooklyn. But how are they doing it? Meet Almond Charrington. This man is 84 years old. Someone filed a petition that he's getting too old and he can't manage his own affairs. Georgia court appoints him a conservator. This is a legal professional who's assigned to manage his affairs for him. They did not contact his family. They just gave a random person control of all this man's assets. Everything he's worked for his entire life, this random person now has control of. That conservator gets 2.5% of all money that comes into this man's estate. They also get 10% of all interest income. So any money he has in the markets, any investments he has, they get 10% of that. They take 0.5% of the entire estate every year. They charge $50 to $200 an hour to do the paperwork. And they get to hire any one of their attorney friends and evaluators and get to build the estate. So they're running up a bill on someone who the court says can't manage their own money. When that bill gets too high, what do? They can sell the man's properties and they still get 2.5% on selling the property. Now, this particular man, Allman, he has a brownstone in Brooklyn. That's the house from the Cosbys. It's a very nice house. It's worth $4.5 million. The conservator sells this house, $4.5 million house, for $1.4 million to these gentlemen called the Ambalo brothers. These are Jewish-backed real estate investors. They go and sell it to a shell company. Not too long after, Allman's daughter, Carmela, hears about this. She goes and gets power of attorney to get control of her father's assets back. She tries to stop the sale of the house. Her grandkids are in Brooklyn living in that house. Not too long after that, for some random reason, her house gets burned down in Georgia. They write, "Thank God it could be worse. Karen" on the wall. So now she's in Brooklyn with her father. Friday, she goes to court. The Georgia Human Services and Adult Protective Services are suing her for kidnapping her own father. They want to take him back and give him back to the conservator. She gets into it with the judge, and the judge locks her up for contempt for not giving up her own father. This is New York's first female Hasidic judge. Her attorneys are pissed. Everyone is pissed. The judge signs to release her yesterday. She still hasn't been released. Today, the police executed a search warrant on her house looking for her father. Tomorrow, she's supposed to be evicted. This is how they're doing it. This is what they're talking about when they say they're stealing the houses. You think that someone just signed over the house and they're doing it in a legal way? No, this is a systemic problem. I want you to think about how many Black estates have gotten gutted by this conservatorship situation.
All right. So what I want you guys to think about is this term right here. It's a Latin term. It's called guardian ad litem. You remember the movie, the Flower Moon movie, and how they was stealing people's land through the court system, right? And I had something like that happen in my family. I seen go back in the early 1900s in Oklahoma, where they were actually using these attorneys to execute executorship through the fictional estate that's connected to the name. And they are, how do I say this? They are doing what is considered to be an in-rem procedure. And when they use this in-rem procedure, in-rem, I-N space R-E-M, when they use these procedures, they are going to the court as if there's no responsible party there. Also known as, it could be known as, an attorney in fact. There being no power of attorney, there being no executor, there being no trustee or no conservator over the elder. They then consider it to be under these fictions, right? This is just how I look at it. Whether it's true or not, makes me know, never mind. This is how I look at it. That the land, or we could say just the whole estate, or the estate, has been abandoned. This is why you got to pay attention. You got to look at every single letter that's being written in these things. Now, why would the court do these things? Why would they come to the court and have the judge sign off on these things to be done when they know for a fact that the land and the prop and the real and the movable and the immovable property is pretty much solidified and secured? See, this is when we get in. I've been kind of tiptoeing through the tulips on this. I've been kind of like walking around it, but I've talked about it in some videos I've done where I already pre-recorded it, posted it. But I was just feeling my way through. But when these people actually execute these suits, they're coming in as if that 80-year-old man, that elder, is a minor. And the state, and they're coming in and saying the state has some form of rights, titles, encumbrances, adverse claim, some type of adverse claim. This is what they're saying. But this is a part of what you would consider to be a suspect classification, right? Look up suspect classification. If you're going to, what needs to be put behind that and used in a different form is misclassification or reclassification. By Constitution, by the rule of law, it's called suspect classification. Okay? Once they're able to put you in that suspect classification, and I'll bring it up. Once they put you in that suspect classification, they then can redistrict you. They can change jurisdictions, venues, and everything in order to gain some authority over you and make you a subject. Now, the state, the way he explained it, he said the state, he didn't say allegedly, he said they did put a claim on her, like a warrant out for her arrest, and arrested her for kidnapping her own father. I thought blood was thicker than water. Well, under Article 1, they make it up as they go. But she wrote his release, but they still haven't released her. This is how you know that the separation of powers here is working when they want it to work for them. So the police department, that's your enforcement. That's your executive branch. That's your enforcement. The judge is under the third article, which is your judicial branch. What you would consider to be child protective services, or what you're dealing with these other enforcements, that's your civil branch. But they fall in line also with the executive branch. but they actually have done this, and there's no checks and balance with that. This is the one thing, right? And I think the one sister said, I think Sister Bethy said that. She said, I don't even mess with state courts. I go to federal court, right? Because if we deal with what happened in all the what you consider to be so-called Black Wall Streets, these were the states going to war against the people. These states were supposed to be the Indian departments. These were supposed to be departments that was actually between the United States and the Indians. So these states that were created, these colonies that were created, were considered to be post forts in regards to dealing in business and commerce through the treaties with the indigenous empires here. Oh, you didn't know that? Well, you know it now. That's why all these colonies and these states have a constitution that is uniform with the United States of America. So if there's any issue with the Constitution, right, on a writ of prohibition or a writ of mandamus, you go to the Supreme Court. You go to the federal court with that. If the state is violating your rights, you have to go to federal court. Now, if you claim to be an American indigenous Indian, autochthonous, aboriginal, so on and so forth, and you have been put under these suspect classifications, which falls within the 5th and the 14th Amendment, how are you going to go? Why would you go to your oppressor or your enemy and ask your enemy to release you or stop doing something? You really think they're going to do that? But you have to follow the chain, or what you call Administrative Procedures Act, right? There's an administrative process. The administrative process is through the legislation, right? Hey, look, I've been injured. You're trespassing on me. Let's figure this out. Hey, stop. Please stop. If you don't stop, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to file a claim against you civilly, because I haven't been necessarily physically injured or nothing's been taken just yet. But if you continue and you go any further, then I'm gonna have to file a claim against you, because you're bonded and you're insured, right? Your word is your bond. You take an oath, that's your bond, and you are held to that, and you are insured just like a car is insured of any collision, not accident, any collision or any type of injury that has been done in that vehicle. That vehicle being what? The vehicle being that oath and that uniform that you're wearing, whether it be a badge and gun and belt in the uniform, or a robe, or even a goddamn suit in a briefcase and a bar card. Those things are attached to you. That is your vehicle. You carry that everywhere you go. And when you're in that capacity and you go against that, you have violated your ethics, your canons, and you could be held in your individual capacity and your official capacity. See how that works? But what these people are doing, right, under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, right, these people are hiding behind that because they have foreign allegiance. Once these people pass the bar, they are now foreign because they're under the British Accredited Registry, the bar. You with me? I don't need you to follow me. I need you to be with me. These are the major issues that we have. Now, if they're operating in a foreign capacity, and we know through the treaties that the Aboriginal American indigenous people here in America, who now been in suspect classifications of Black, Negro, colored, African American, Black, whatever, so on and so forth. Right? Clip that. Now, if you're under that thing, you still are foreign to the United States because you're not written in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, or otherwise. And on top of that, even that be the case, you are still internationally protected. Why? Because you have limbs 2 legs, 2 feet, 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 eyes, a nose, 2 lips, a mouth, teeth, hair, brain, blood flowing through it, and you're able to make 2 words fit together. So they can actually come over here and say this is the plenary doctrine, the trust doctrine, everything is about. This is when we're talking about a breach. Because under the circumstances, they now have violated all agreements, and they created another mechanism and another vehicle in order to, while you're on your land, to create a fiction to say that you're not there. Under what we're doing over here, you're not there. You are not there. In REM. But under the circumstances, once they do that, they are now operate outside of their capacity or their authority. That is what you call ultra vires. VIRES. Beyond your scope of authority. You're not covered. You're not insured for anything that you're acting as outside of that bond. So now what do we have here? Either you're treasonous or you are rogue. All right, let's get to the next one. Make sure I'm good there. What's going on? What's going on, Root Word? What's going on, bro? All right, let's get to it.
Way. We've come from legal discrimination to forced compliance through civil rights law.
Hold on, let me mute my mic because I'm be moving around.
To voluntary diversity programs worth billions of dollars, and now to what some are calling the dismantling of DEI entirely. The question is this: how did we get here? What was in that 60-year arc really about? And what does this sudden reversal tell us about whether diversity initiatives were ever really about creating equal opportunity, or whether they were always just performative responses to legal and social pressure? The answer reveals something uncomfortable about the origins of corporate diversity efforts and why they may have been so easy to dismantle. Because most companies don't embrace diversity out of moral awakening or business insight. They were forced into it by law and sued into compliance and pressured by social movements. And when that pressure changed direction, so did corporate behavior. We've been having the wrong argument for 60 years. The debate has been framed as diversity programs versus merit. But that's a false dichotomy. The real question is whether our
She said the wrong argument for 60 years. Let me see, 2026, 60, 12, 1966. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
evaluation systems actually measure merit or whether they measure proximity to power. Similarly to existing leadership and access to networks and pedigree. Most organizations have never had true merit-based systems. I know this to be true from having been an executive recruiter for over 20 years, including at one of the world's largest search firms. I know this for having supported recruiting efforts for over 10 years at 3 Fortune 100 companies and 1 Fortune 10 company. I'm not trying to disparage any of these organizations, but they've had relationship-based, pedigree-based, loyalty-based systems that they call merit-based because that sounds more legitimate than we promote people who remind us of ourselves, however unintentionally. DEI programs were created to address this problem, but they often became compliance theater tracking demographics and running training programs, rather than fundamentally reforming the biased systems that create unequal outcomes. So here's where we are. DEI programs are being dismantled, but the underlying problem, systems that claim to be merit-based but aren't, remains unchanged. This could simply return us to the pre-DEI status quo, where biased systems produce unequal outcomes and everyone pretends it's okay because of merit differences rather than system design. Or, and this is an opportunity hidden in the disruption, leaders could finally address the actual problem. If you truly believe in a meritocracy, prove it, not by pointing to the absence of DEI programs, but by implementing genuinely objective evaluation systems. So we've come full circle.
Links coming in the chat. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Links in the chat. Links in the chat. Let me get up here. Let me hide this for a second. Let me put it in, let me pin it to the top. Where it go? Where it go? Bam. Get rid of that. Oh, man, I got rid of the wrong one. No. Yeah, let's keep those. Hold on, let me get this up real quick. Links in the chat. Let me pull up my thing. Yeah, there it is. Links in the chat, get back. And I just pinned it. Yep. Y'all want to come up here? Come on up here. If not, I'll just keep going. What's going on? Get back. What's going on? What you got up there? Check out the all pair at Isness, Killer Moon. Yep. All right. All right. So what she's talking about is meritocracy and DEI. What I'm going to do is I'm about to pull up this right here. Right? We're going to talk about NREM first. Let's deal with that first thing. NREM. NREM jurisdiction. Right? NREM jurisdiction. In law, let me make sure. Yep, I'm up. NREM jurisdiction, right? Means for power about or against the thing. It's a legal term referring to the power a court may exercise over property, either real or personal, or a status against a person over whom the court does not have in personam jurisdiction. So, let me just finish this out. Jurisdiction in rem assumes the property or status in the primary object of the action rather than personal liabilities not necessarily associated with the property. Right? So you come down here in the United States, the federal court system, jurisdiction in rem, typically refers to the power federal court may exercise over large items of immovable property. Immovable, as I mentioned earlier, is land. Land don't move. An estate don't move. Once you lock it down, you got a last will and testament, everything, that's immovable. It can't be changed only by the one giving the will or making the will. That's the only one that could change it. Now, what they did was they took him out of his sovereign capacity because he has an estate, meaning he has an E-state. And he has a family, which is his tribe or his nation that he has, that he already had put it together with. He just didn't have land in Georgia. He had land in New York. And see, and this is the thing about that Mondami. People always think that they always think about white people and they say people, rich people who got to pay their fair share. I'm pretty sure this man had good wealth going on, great wealth. You see what I'm saying? Now we're going to look up something else. Guardian ad litem. Guardian ad litem is a person appointed by the court to represent the best interests of a child or an individual who cannot represent themselves in legal matters. So put in rem and put guardian ad litem, and let's have them have two hands rolling down the same street. Such as custody disputes or cases of abuse, i.e., daughter goes to jail for kidnapping. Custody disputes. Oh, that's ours. Hey, he need to come back to Georgia. We need him back. We got jurisdiction. We got original jurisdiction over him and his estate. How? Their role includes investigating the situation, interviewing relevant parties, and making recommendations to the court regarding the individual's welfare. All that in these terms: welfare, individual, accommodations, abuse, custody, child, or an individual, right? So an individual is a person, right, by definition. So if it's in these fields, this is what you're dealing with. So I'm gonna help that brother out. He was talking about the surface and doing all these things, but how was it done? Let me help you out, brother. And anybody else listening that might have been dealing with this. Here you go. Now, let me give you something else. Let me give you one more thing. I think one more thing. Parents patria is a legal doctrine that allows the state to act as a guardian for those who cannot care for themselves. So a rude word. I do this, man. Nonetheless, I tell you, I do this. I don't need, it's a snap. So we have guardian ad litem, we have in rem, and then we have parents patria. Let me read it again from the top. Dippy. Parents patria is a legal doctrine. Doctrine, just like trust doctrine, doctrine of discovery, plenary doctrine. Yeah, a legal doctrine that allows the state to act as a guardian, for those who cannot care for themselves, such as children or incapacitated individuals. It enables the state to intervene in cases of abuse or neglect and to sue on behalf of its citizens to protect their interests. Now, how did they manipulate this? Number one, doctrine, legal. Number two, act. Now, they can manipulate this whole conversation on the parents patria to bring guardian ad litem and in rem proceedings. I go from right to left. Now, how are they doing this? You dealing with CPS, DCSS, DPSS? what are they doing at this time? Because we're talking about welfare, right? Before it was welfare. And people say, what are you on? Welfare. Now, case law there. Now let's go over here to Law Cornell real quick. Let's see what Law Cornell got. Oh, it's going to be a little deeper. Parens patria is Latin for parent of the country or homeland. Under parens patria, a state or court has a paternal and protective role over its citizens or others subject to its jurisdiction. Like I was saying earlier, the doctrine of parens patria is a doctrine under which a state has third-party standing to bring a lawsuit on behalf of a citizen when the suit implicates a state's quasi-sovereign interest for the well-being of its citizen. So here it is. You have a third party, which is an attorney, a bar attorney, who comes into court and is suing on behalf of that old man and attaching his whole estate to it, which his estate is attached to it because it's his name, his sweat equity, his work, and everything that's attached to it. Now, are we getting it, or am I talking too fast? The parens patria doctrine is also the doctrine in which all orphans, dependent children, and persons deemed incompetent are within the special protection and under the control of the state. Now, if you're dealing with the strawmanius homus, right, or what they consider to be straw man, anybody that they consider to be a person is nobody that can speak for themselves. It's not a living man or woman, nobody flesh and blood, sentient being at all. These are instruments. These are chattel. These are things that are actually utilized as beasts of burden, sheep, or what they call going. So these are the claims when they came into court, when they bring these things in rem to seek guardian ad litem and to give the jurisdiction to the court, i.e. through the state, right? It's a subcorporation, it's a franchise, right? You got your top to the bottom, bottom to the top. And that name of that old man, that elderly brother, is connected through that name, through those instruments, through those identifying numbers and registrations, right? Now, if you go back and look at the Flower Moon movie, then you'll get a clearer understanding of what they were doing. They wasn't whooping ass. They was doing these things on the slick, on the low, gaining some other type of issues, right? Now, let me bring up this case. I brought it up before. Let me do this real quick. Hold on, real quick. Let me get this final thing off. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. Let me get this final thing off real quick. Let's bring up this case. Now, peep this. Now, this is a case right here, right? This is Oklahoma. This is 1930s, right? When is the Flower Moon? When was that all jumping off? Let's talk about it. All right. I'm gonna go all the way. I'm gonna keep it brief. Right? So appeal and error review, sufficiency of evidence in equity case, in case purely equitable. Cognizance. The findings and decree of the trial court will not be disturbed upon appeal. All right. An attorney at law employed professionally, let me break this language down for you guys. An attorney at law employed professionally to sustain or clear title to land cannot purchase for himself any outstanding or opposing title thereto during the continuance of the relation of an attorney and client, whether with his own or his client's money. And any such purchase will inure to the benefit of his client, and the client may recover the same on payment or tender of the amount of the purchase price furnished by his attorney. Now, that right there is the basis. Now, what these people did with this old man is they came up in there just like these guys are doing, but they're actually saying they're working on behalf of him. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this thing in the chat and you guys read it. You guys read it. You see what I'm saying? I'm about to come down here with this right here. Now, this is what you would know as being an attorney and what they're also supposed to be doing and only doing. Right? So, let's get down here. Let's get down here. Let's get down here. Let's get down here. All right, so playing on the land. I'm finding there's some specific language right here. See then the subject first say August. Okay. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. All right, so we're going to start right here, right? So that thereafter, about August 10, 1924, he advised with his said attorney Hart. Okay, there we go. Let's read it from right here. Let's read two. Plaintiff in his petition alleges in substance that on. Now, the plaintiff is the actual attorney, right? He is now a plaintiff seeking to foreclose. So he actually foreclosed on his house and used the sheriff to take the land, not the house, the land, right? Plaintiff in his petition alleges in substance that on or about December 30, 1920, he being the owner of the land. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, this is Supreme Court. Okay, so at this point in time, he did file suit after the fact when they did another lawsuit. So this is his. My apologies. Plaintiff in his petition. Now, this is George Hardman. Plaintiff in his petition alleges in substance that on or about December 30, 1920, he being the owner of the land procured a loan of $6,000 thereon from or through the conservative loan company of Shawnee, Oklahoma. That he executed a first mortgage on the land and said sum. For their services in procuring the loan, plaintiff gave 4 notes in the sum of $300 each. And to secure same, executed a second mortgage on the land that he was unable to pay said notes. And that suit was brought on the 4 $300 notes and to foreclose the second mortgage, resulted in a sale of said land on July 21st, 1924 to one L.D. Strait, agent for the loan company, subject to the said first mortgage. And that at the time of said sale, he had an agreement with Strait and the loan company that if he, plaintiff, will pay said judgment in full with all costs, he will convey said land back to plaintiff. That in connection therewith, he employed defendant E.G. Hart as his attorney to aid and advise him in carrying out said agreement. That is what an attorney is to do. Aid and advise in the carrying out of said agreement or anything that's supposed to be done. Now, I'm going to leave it right there. But this is what we're talking about here. I mean, there's a whole detail, but that's what happened. And this is what they're doing. This is what I'm saying. Now, you're telling me that this man at that time, $6,000? $6,000 in 1920. Now, remember now, in 1964, 65, and 66, you had Indian Civil Rights Act and things like that, where we just seen something prior where so-called black people was getting their hat handed to them for going to vote. But you have this man right here in Oklahoma that was taking out loans and doing notes and all this other type of stuff. But if you look at it, this dude had land, not just land, he had minerals, he had oil, he had everything. All right. So, see, root word left, huh? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Get back. Yeah. $6,000 in 1924 is equivalent in purchasing power to approximately $115,864.21 today. Right. So now let's get up to, because a lot of these things they saying, right? It's the wrap-up smear issue. Let's get into this wrap-up smear. Meritocracy, wrap-up smear. What is meritocracy? What is that? So people use these words. They use these words. Before we do that, it's about California people and everybody else across the world of North America. We're going to look up Prop Pete Wilson. Prop one. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pete Wilson. This guy. This guy. Pete Wilson was a prominent supporter of Proposition 187, a 1994 ballot initiative in California aimed at restricting public services for undocumented immigrants. The initiative was a key issue in his re-election campaign, which he won, but it also significantly impacted California's political landscape and contributed to the state's shift towards the Democratic Party. Now, hold on. Yeah. Now, this says, while being motivated by bigotry against people of Hispanic or Asian origins, supporters maintain their concerns were economic, right? But here's what they're not talking about, right? Here's what they're not talking about. I'm going to ask this question real quick. I'm going to see if this thing is going to actually be honest with me. All right. What did this do to affirmative action? Assuming this refers to Proposition 187 and Pete Wilson's support, Proposition 187 did not directly change affirmative action policy. But we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But its political effects contributed indirectly to the decline of statewide support for conservative positions, accelerating Latino voter mobilization and shifting California toward Democrats who generally supported affirmative action. That shift helped preserve and expand affirmative action friendly policies in California. Now, let me tell you what happened during that time. So I'm old enough to know. This affirmative action friendly policies, and you're dealing with accelerating Latino voter mobilization and shifting California toward Democrats, is key, because during that time, Black men were losing their jobs. When I say their jobs, we're talking about state, city, local government jobs. White women started coming in. Mexicans started coming in. And it just trickled down. You got state friendly where you get to the point where it eventually established what? Dreamers. Now, let's go back here and we're going to ask, when was diversity, equity, and inclusion established? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI efforts in the United States began to take shape in the 1960s, particularly during the Civil Rights Movement, which aimed to address racial discrimination and promote equal rights. Really? It did? It did? Let's go to Wikipedia. What do they say? They ain't gonna lie about this. Now, diversity, okay. I don't see Black people in here. I do not see Black people in here. I don't see African Americans, not just yet. I don't view it. Don't see it. Origin, history, early DEI efforts included provisional hiring treatment veterans so there were windows and orphans in 1870. This was amended to give preference to veterans during a reduction in force. So diversity, equity, and inclusion was done then. Is this what they're saying? See how this gets tricky? See how this gets tricky? See how this gets tricky? Now let's go to meritocracy, right? See, she's using these words. And this is why I say you got to stop using these words. Meritocracy. These are words that are utilized within the government system that did not want you to vote, that bombed your towns, flooded your towns, created lynch mobs, created KKK, created, yeah. Okay. That created the flower moon that created guardian ad litem, parents patron, all these different tactics. Meritocracy, a system in which advancement is based on individual ability or achievement. A group of leaders or office holders selected on the basis of individual ability or achievement. Leadership by such a group. They form a social system in which power goes to those with superior intellects. The belief that rulers should be chosen for their superior abilities and not because of their wealth or birth. Okay. All right. Now, what I want to do is go to crassy, meaning. All right. So, suffix crassy means rule or government by. So, this is crassy. So, meritocracy is ruled by merit, governed or government by merit. So even meritocracy has some government within that. Now we have what? This is originating from the Greek word krasia, which signifies power or authority. It's used to form nouns that describe different systems of governance, such as democracy, rule by the people, and aristocracy, ruled by the best or nobility. Now, this takes me over to democracy, right? This takes me over to democracy. We're going to go over to democracy. Right? Because everything is ruled or government by the people. System of government in which the sovereign power is vested in the people as a whole, exercising power directly or by elected officials. A state so governed. 1570s from French, democratia, popular government. From demos, common people. Originally district, see demotic, rule, strength. Latinized from democrati, England, it could refer to the class of people which has no hereditary or other rank, the common people. In 19th century U.S. politics, it could mean principals or members of the Democratic Party. So, this is what I'm looking for right here. So, in the 19th century, in U.S. politics, it could mean principals or members of the Democratic Party. So when you hear people, Democrats, talking about our democracy, that's exactly what they mean. Our democracy. What we came up in ideology and way of doing things under the democratic principles that we created. But then they like to throw in the people, right? But if you see right here, this is a class of people. Now, the lady was very sharp in the DEI thing, right? You think that she was actually like for something, with the people, but she's actually within her own right where she gets her money at. Because what she did say is a lot of these things was pressured. And this is where the people got a little slap in on the hand behind the back door, because it's like, look, we need you to do, look, you got pressure, we do this, make you look good, give us some bread, and we'll make sure we challenge it to the people that we want to challenge to. This ain't for everybody. This is for a select group. This Democratic Party of what we work in. Why do you think people are so adamant about being democratic? So this class of people, right? If we're dealing with class or caste, you're dealing with a specific people, right? Because prior to a certain period of time, most brothers and sisters at a period of time were conservative. Why were they conservative? Because they was conservative in the rule of law and the republic for which it stands. And they pledged allegiance to that. Most of the people that was Democratic were formerly Democrats. Well, that were Democratic formerly were Dixiecrats. You had different sections of people. Now, where they stood back then, hey, anybody's guess. But what we see right now is that these Dixiecrats or these Democrats want one thing: welfare. And at the same time, preaching poverty, right? i.e., Student for Nonviolent, right? That SNCC, Southern Leadership, what is Southern Christian Leadership Conference? You had that too as well. You also have the Southern Poverty Law Center. All these things work together. You see what I'm saying? Let me look at the chat real quick. So, under these circumstances, here's what we have now. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something. Let me pull it up. Damn, I can't find it. Mobocracy. Now, here's mobocracy. Mob rule, government by the disorderly classes, 1754, a hybrid from mob, plus crassy, rule of government, leader of a mob, a demagogue, a democrat. Man, man, I'm trying to find it. Man, I was going somewhere. I was going somewhere and they cut me. They cut me. Damn. All right. So look, I'll do this one last thing real quick. All right. Give me the relationship of democracy and mobocracy. Now, this is what it says the differences are. Democracy is a system where power is vested in the people. Mobocracy is a system where power lies with the majority, often leading to the dominance of the masses over the minority. It is characterized by the absence of checks and balances, and decisions are made based on the emotions and impulses of the crowd. While democracy promotes stability, inclusivity, and the rule of law, mobocracy can be volatile, prone to manipulation, and may disregard the rights and interests of minority groups. Uh, um, um, hey, look, hey, all I'm doing is showing, look, all you gotta do is just look at it for yourself. If you actually see what's going on, what we just showed up here, right? What they just did with that man, and then what this lady's talking about DEI, you're talking about, and the other things that we showed, we actually are, well, what I'm attempting to do is showing you the difference. Showing you the difference and what people are saying by definition it is and what it's actually operating as. Everything I read under that mobocracy is basically what is actually being done. We have seen that over the last 7 years. That's all that's been happening. The rule of law and all these different things, but the rule of law by who? Like Schumer was talking about the other day. The rule of law by who? And what do you mean by the people? Are you talking about the people as in us, the people? Or are you talking about the people in regards to we, the government, are the people? Right? That's your mobocracy. My bad. Somebody at my door. All right, it was the mail lady. All right, so look, you good now? You might check on.
I hope so. Can y'all hear me? What's up? What's up?
Yep, I hear you. I'm gonna play this quick video of what's her name? The wrap up smear. The wrap up smear. Where is it at? I want to get the longer one. I don't want.
But it apparently wasn't. It was considered a negative ad.
Oh, sorry. Is it worth it to try and, I guess, like rehab your image in some of these Republican districts, or to sort of present what you've done, or are you guys more focused on just?
What people say to me all the time: you raise more money than anybody. Maybe not the Obamas and the Clintons, but I've not run for president. Why don't you spend some of your money on yourself? Go out there and say what you did, this, and this. But, it's just not, maybe I should, but the fact is, what I want to do is have these members present themselves. Because basically, at the end of the day, that's what people are interested in, their representative and what their representative is going to do for their district. The Republicans are afraid of that contrast in a race, because they're going to go there to be involved in trickle-down economics, shutting down hospitals and the rest of it. So they don't want them to see that contrast, so they focus on something else. And it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident. But I think I'm worth the trouble, quite frankly. I love the fray. I'm not disrespectful of people's views. I respect any positive things that people want to say or even negative.
I mean, who?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Pelosi. You good for something. Yeah, she good for something, bro. They
Good for something.
exposing the tactics, right? You know what I mean? They exposing it. You hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can hear you.
Dang, hold up.
You can't hear
I
me?
don't see my thing moving, yo.
You can't hear me?
Do this again. Let's see. Mic check, mic check. Y'all hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yep. Well, nonetheless, getting this mic right. You know what I'm saying? Let's go frame by frame so I can see the chat. Make sure anybody that come up, because I miss root words. He'll be back.
And I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words as well.
Thank you, General Blanche. What we're here today is to announce what the general just told you. The Southern Poverty Law Center, in a massive, sweeping indictment, has been charged with allegations of fraud and using the banking system to perpetrate that fraud. I just want to talk about a couple of brief things here. The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent.
Big dog. What it is, brother.
All good, brother. How you doing? Mic check. Can you hear me?
Mic check, mic check. Yep, I can hear you.
Loud and clear, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for letting me up. Much love to you and the family, my brother nonetheless, and everybody in the chat, man. Excellent information, excellent stream, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said, shit, you put them fires in. I said, I want to smack them today, boy. I said, let me smack them around today.
Yeah, I love that information about that herbal stuff. Most a lot of people don't trust the herbal stuff. We trust these doctors and these politicians, you know what I mean? And they just doing us dirty, man. But yeah, that was good information, brother. Every bit of it. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I always do that. I like gardening. I like growing stuff, and and eventually, I mean, just looking at all this stuff, it's like, man, this shit crazy, man.
Everybody good on this Friday afternoon. Excellent information, my brother. All of it.
Yeah, you can't eat nothing these days.
You saying
man.
something, Coach?
Yeah, can you hear me? You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now I can't hear you. I'm gonna leave out and come back. I can't hear you.
Damn. What's going on here, man? What's going on here? All right, let's play the video till they come back. Man. First, nonetheless.
Groups for
a big dog.
Period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network.
Let's do a mic check.
I heard the video. Now I don't hear you.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't hear you, Coach. I'm gonna go out and come back again. I can't hear you.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, I had to go out, come back into it. Like, man, this thing crazy. It been bumping me off ever since the other day, man.
I can hear
Man,
you, none.
Oh, what's
Coach,
up?
say something. What's good, none? How you doing, brother?
What's up, big dog? Yeah, I'm good. You can hear you can't hear him, Aton?
Now I can't hear you now. He clicked out. Say something, none.
Yo,
I can hear you. Say something, coach.
can y'all mic check? Y'all hear me?
I hear you
yo.
loud and clear. I hear
Okay.
you now, coach. I hear you. All right, I hear
Yeah,
everybody.
I removed myself and came back. All right. Damn. Yeah, it's like, these talking points where people be saying, like, they don't understand that they want to use these big ass words, and they just don't know that they still subjecting themselves to that whole I call it that jurisdiction of white supremacy. It's like you ain't doing nothing but leading your people to slaughter, to want something from the government. Like, get out of here with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, you can make your own. You know what I'm saying? You can make your own. What's due to you is due to you, but you can still make your own, and you ain't gotta sit there and think that people gotta rely on. And I'm just talking about for younger people these days. You know what I'm saying? Like, you sit up here and you think that you need to ask or get a job to make you think that you are like important. Nah, man, not at all. But hey, Big Dog, did you see the part where was you up here when I showed when they put dude's daughter in jail and arrested her for kidnapping her daddy? That's crazy.
Yeah, I missed that one. I had
Oh
that phone
shit,
call.
man! I'm bringing that shit right back up
Yeah,
here,
bring it
man.
back. But yeah,
You got
that point that you just made is what I stand on because
Bro,
y'all
they
know.
causing confusion, bro. That's what gives them jurisdiction.
Y'all know I'm a disabled veteran, right? And that's who basically, give me like 60% of
They
my
wouldn't exist
income.
without it, bro. That's what people gotta
The
understand what they doing.
the other
They already
40%,
know it's gonna cause a problem and within our districts or in our territory. So they purposely do that shit, bro. So you can have trolls and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they wouldn't exist if everybody's living in harmony. Salute, y'all hear me?
yeah, we hear you. Do you
Okay.
hear
we hear
Big
you.
Dog? Do you
I
hear
don't hear
Big
Big
Dog?
Dog. Nope, I don't hear him.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Damn it. So now I can't hear him. Oh man, let me come back in, bro.
Hold on. Don't leave just yet. Let me just remove
It's
you
all
and then
love, all love.
bring you back up. All right, now try it, now.
Mic check. Can you hear
I
me?
can't hear nobody.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
You don't hear nobody, nonetheless.
Nope, I can't hear nobody.
Damn. Sir Drop, come off the mic. Mic check, Sir Drop. Sir Drop.
I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, Coach?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I hear you loud and clear too. I didn't hear nothing from Sir Drop yet. But that's what I was saying when Nonetheless was talking. I'm a disabled vet, man. I've served this country. That's who basically give me 60% of my income. My other 40 is through real estate investments, right? But I'm not gonna hold my tongue and show loyalty to them. You know what I mean? For all the shit that they've done to us. You see what I'm saying, Coach? And that's
Right.
why I take the stand that I take.
Yeah, exactly. They can't take that.
They can't take what I earned away. Only I can. You know what I mean? I just gotta be careful in my actions because
Right.
these people are evil. But like I hold no loyalty to this corporation, to the government, none of it. Give a fuck you pay me or not. You owe me that. I earned that. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't, I'm be very careful with my words. I can't be, have loyalty to a corporation that's depopulating. You see what I'm saying? Make that make sense. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, and like under the circumstances, like for the most part, I don't really trip about what you say. I don't really trip off that. It just be all all the extra wild stuff, like Rootberg come up here with all that cussing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you can cuss, but make it flow, goddamn. You know what I mean? I don't really trip off that. So I've said a lot of stuff up here, and they ain't dinged me not one time. So I don't really trip off that. But let me pull this one up. Let me pull this up so you can listen to this. I mean, but
I
like,
can hear Big Dog. I can't hear Sir Drop though.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear everybody. All right, that's what's up. What's up, bro? Yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
What up, Sir Drop? Appreciate you being up here, bro. I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you this. Y'all gotta listen. Y'all gotta see this. This is crazy.
What's good, Drop? What's good?
Cooling out, man. About to build with y'all right quick.
All right, for sure. Hey, this is wild. Now, like you were saying, Big Dog, it's like, hey, you work for what you have, right? Just like this brother, older man, he worked for what he had, but the state of Georgia is saying is ours. Like we made a claim. You know what I'm saying? Like he belongs to us.
And Aton, real quick before you play that video, I was listening to a video, and that's why I don't agree with the state. The state basically is under the feds, but the state basically, controls what we do. You see what I'm saying? And I don't like that. You know what I mean? Because the state is corrupt just like the corporation. And they using the state because if you get in trouble, who take your case? The state.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And they shouldn't have that power that they have.
And the cool thing about it, though, Big Dog, they ain't got that power. Like what I showed is three things, right? I showed three things, and I'll just run it real quick. What I said, I showed three Latin words, right? Was what the states used, and this was the whole thing that dealt with all these mobs that was dealing with what they was dealing with. That's why the military always had to come in and protect us when the integration and all the other things was coming on. When we came into the system and started coming into the system, we was dealing with all this back. That's why they always had to call the military. Because these states are mobs. It was set up initially as Indian departments dealing with the Aboriginal indigenous people, but then they was always uncouth. So you had in rem proceedings, which deals with the body. You also have guardian ad litem, which was big in Oklahoma with the flower moon thing. They was actually showing that they are representing somebody that is a child or incompetent. And then you have parens patria, which is a Latin term meaning the state is the parent, where they're saying that they have to come in and take over these childish, incompetent people, and they follow suit doing that shit. And they use these punk ass attorneys to do it. So these people are basically what he's saying is they brought in a lawsuit. Attorneys brought in a lawsuit to the state saying that, hey, we need that estate. We need his stuff, and we need to file a lawsuit, and we need to get guardian ad litem over his estate and deem him and his daughter, deem him incompetent, and his family and anything else in his estate actually abandoned. There's nobody there. And we come in and we take over. It's crazy. Let me play this real quick.
That is crazy, brother.
In Brooklyn. But how are they doing it? Meet Almond Charrington. This man is 84 years old. Someone filed a petition that he's getting too old and he can't manage his own affairs. Georgia court appoints him a conservator. This is a legal professional who's assigned to manage his affairs for him. They did not contact his family. They just gave a random person control of all this man's assets. Everything he's worked for his entire life, this random person now has control of that.
Right? I know, hey, I don't toot my horn, I don't pop my collar. I know what I'm talking about here. I know what I'm talking about here. It's crazy.
Conservator.
They doing this shit all the time.
How did the random person get power of attorney?
They create these documents and they go get an attorney and they go run these backdoor deals with the courts. Check this out, Sir Drop. Check this out.
Gets 2.5% of all money that comes into this man's estate. They also get 10% of all interest income. So any money he has in the markets, any investments he has, they get 10% of that. They take 0.5% of the entire estate every year. They charge $50 to $200 an hour to do the paperwork. And they get to hire any one of their attorney friends and evaluators and get to build the estate. So they're running up a bill on someone who the court says can't manage their own money. When that bill gets too high, what do? They can sell the man's properties and they still get 2.5% on selling the property. Now, this particular man, Allman, he has a brownstone in Brooklyn. That's the house from the Cosbys. It's a very nice house. It's worth $4.5 million. The conservator sells this house, $4.5 million house, for $1.4 million. To these gentlemen called the Ambalo brothers. These are Jewish-backed real estate investors. They go
instant $3.4 million equity in the house already. They get it for dirt cheap. Shit.
And sell it to a shell company. Not too long after,
facts,
Allman's daughter,
Coach,
Carmela, hears about this. She goes and gets power of attorney to get control of her father's assets back. She tries to stop the sale of the house. Her grandkids are in Brooklyn living in that house. Not too long after that, for some random reason, her house gets burned down in Georgia. They write, "Thank God it could be worse," Karen on the wall. So now she's in Brooklyn with her father. Friday, she goes to court. The Georgia Human Services and Adult Protective Services are suing her for kidnapping her own father. They want to take him back and give him back to the conservator. She gets into it with the judge, and the judge locks her up for contempt for not giving up her own father. This is New York's first female Hasidic judge. Her attorneys are pissed. Everyone is pissed. The judge signs to release her yesterday. She still hasn't been released. Today, the police executed a search warrant on her house looking for her father. Tomorrow, she's supposed to be evicted. This is how they're doing it. This is what they're talking about when they say they're stealing the houses. You think that someone just signed over the house and they're doing it in a legal way? No, this is a systemic problem. I want you to think about how many Black estates have gotten gutted by this conservatorship situation. I know you.
Bro.
Hey,
Y'all hear me?
Facts right there. That's
Y'all hear
facts.
me?
What they just
Yeah. Sheesh.
Yo, look. This is why you got to go deeper than what's going on, because the original, let's talk about when the Constitution first was established. The original 13th Amendment forbid lawyers from holding office or have any dealings.
I can't hear you, brother. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in.
Okay, everybody else can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you. Philly
I see his avatar moving, but I don't see him.
Dang, that's messed
I
up.
can't hear him, rather.
All right. It's just like it's taking turns on which one can hear and which one can't, man. God damn.
Hey,
Well, anyway,
Coach.
this is how you know it's a new constitution, because the original constitution was the nobility clause, where you couldn't have the original 13th Amendment that they say wasn't ratified, forbid any lawyers from holding office or have any dealings within the government, right? That was because of this right now. Because once you have that barrister, that's what the bar is really representing over in the House of Commons, was these barristers, these writers who are writing laws and putting this legal language into against the people. So you come over here and we put that into the original 13th Amendment, where they couldn't come over here and represent the British Crown, because the the courts are represented by the British. This is how they remain over here to continue to attack the people through the courts. So
Look, here go the
you now bring in they say that the 13th Amendment now is what the what's that the one where
Yeah,
they say
there should be no involuntary servitude except for a crime.
right, but that's not the original 13th Amendment.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Aton, everybody, most people know, but just to refresh people's memories, right? So they did that for a reason, just for this reason right here, because the courts, all of the court system represents those barristers, the ones the British. The British are the ones that's been trying to take our land and our property from the beginning. That's what the Revolutionary War was about. For real, to get away from them. But if you look at the world system, they are the ones that always they're the hidden hand. Those are the motherfuckers that's over there in Iran with the fucking insurance with the Lloyds of London. You see, Trump has got rid of them. That's who we really fighting for real. We still fighting against the British. So when you look at our land being taken over with this in-realm procedures and all that shit, where they putting fucking entities that's representing us that look like our name and all that shit. This is magic. This is like this is their shit. But they also working in conjunction with the bankers, bro. Feel me? Through the Lloyds of London. Those are the bankers. And where are they located? In London. So now we got the bankers with the court system, bro, all working with these lawyers. That's why when people say, well, damn, as soon as you get a lawyer, you fucked, because now you're now working with somebody who has a conflict of interest. They trying to take your shit and you hiring them, and they working against you, and you think they working for you.
the loophole.
So what you got to do if you get a lawyer? Now, if you get a lawyer, you have to specifically give him a letter rogatory, which is an instruction letter, explaining to him that, yo, you no longer work for your bar card in the bar association. You work for me, motherfucker. And you're going to read it into the record. So now, once you give them that letter of instruction, they now have to make sure that the court knows that they working for you and your estate. And you give him all the fucking instructions, and he got to read it into the record. That's the only way you can work with a lawyer.
Can you hear some drop?
Huh?
Can you hear some drop?
Can you hear me?
Damn, I can't. No, you know what? My shit paused. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear some drop?
Yo.
I can't hear.
Oh no, he can't hear me.
Yeah, I hear you, Drop.
I'm gonna just say this. Hey, tell him I'm about to say one. Yeah, I hear you. I'm about to.
Yeah.
I hear you, Drop.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's
I'm
drop. Go ahead.
It's just a one liner.
Yeah,
I'm gonna come right back up. I'm gonna come right back up, but I'm about to drop off. But the loophole they did with that is they made a lawyer different from an attorney. They're not the same thing. That bar. So this is how they skip past the 13th Amendment by making attorneys. Attorneys is not lawyers, and that's the little loophole right there. But I'm gonna come right back up. I gotta go take care of something right quick. I'll be right back up.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, I hear you. I can hear him now.
Yeah, that's interesting. So
bro, that's not the original 13th Amendment. Matter of fact, it might be in that document I gave you like a month ago, without consent. They go in on that, bro. So these court systems, bro, is working against us, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why you gotta know your shit.
Hey,
You're gonna deal with it.
I definitely agree, nonetheless. Those court systems are definitely working against us, and they money laundering buildings.
Man,
they laundering money. They getting money from these cases,
Yeah.
Right.
And laundering it through that with the banking system that you
Yep.
talked
Yep.
about. So I
That's a
definitely
three-headed
agree,
beast.
brother.
That's a
Yes,
three-headed
sir.
beast. The corporation, which is United States, the court system, and then the banking. You got three monsters that you got to slay.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you don't have a team, that's why you got to have a team of mugs that's all working within your trust. That y'all one that has a different assignment that can tame these motherfuckers, to let them motherfuckers know you fucking with the wrong motherfuckers right now. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, we gonna be screwed.
Now
You know
you
what I'm
look
saying?
at
These damn lawyers, man, they some. You know what? Growing up, I always wonder why. You know how certain white people hate lawyers.
nah.
Yes,
They
sir.
always had a bad reputation. Yeah. They
Yeah.
don't like them motherfuckers at all, bro.
Yeah, that's key. I mean,
You know,
the
my rude awakening with lawyers is when I tried to sue Big Pharma over the death of my daughter, and how, you know, they so much control that, you know, all of them were scared to take the case. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, they're not gonna touch that shit, big dog. They already know that's
Rest
the
in
end
peace to
of
your
them if
daughter,
they
bro.
touch that
I know
shit.
I don't want.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Nana. You
Yeah,
already know,
man.
brother. Thank you.
I can't imagine, bro. You know what I mean? I know I'll be ready to go. Boy, that's I know.
That's what it took, man. Me and my wife was ready to shoot that John up, man.
I know, bro. I know, bro. And it's almost like
Yeah.
you're gonna make things worse than they are, man. If you start buying into it. But
Facts.
these marks, yo, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's why a lot of these people, bro, that's been selling this out, bro, they it's like off with their heads, man. You know what I mean? Because I can't imagine these people being anything useful to our people, bro. They deserve, I mean, just the worst sentence of all time, man.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
our
you're right.
word,
They need to go under the jail.
yeah, bro. Because yo,
Under that motherfucker. Go ahead, man. You got it, brother.
nah, I mean, yeah, man, it's unimaginable that they would sell our people out, bro, with the confusion thing, man. We trusted you, you know what I mean? I don't care like where you come from, how bad or ugly you are. Yo, your word is your bond, bro. Like these games that they playing with our people, right? With this whole in realm and we're under your jurisdiction. I mean, that shit is cute and all that, but that shit is a dog and pony show. For real, at the end of the day, that shit is fucking elementary to the grand scheme of how the earth actually works, man. It don't work like that. You can't be sitting out here deceiving people and think that you're doing something special.
Right. Right. Mike check, can y'all hear me?
But when you have our own people that's leading us, bro, and we supposed to trust them, is now that's a whole different story.
Can y'all hear me?
Big facts, my brother, nonetheless.
I
Big
mean,
facts.
man, yo, I can go on for days with these motherfuckers, yo, because with the wrap up smear, with the shit that Pelosi exposed, all that shit fits together with this whole subject matter, bro.
That's right. Can y'all hear me?
Doing how they fooling us, they merchandise it and shit with this goddamn Southern Poverty Law Center. Then they get donations, try to get us emotionally charged so they can get funded. And now once they get funded, they can keep the enemy funded through fucking non-profits and got us thinking that yeah, we fighting against racism, when at the end of, and the back end, these motherfuckers having dinner with them.
And that's a fact, my brother,
Oh
nonetheless.
my.
You know what I mean? They use the 501c and the churches as a cover for these hate groups. Am I right, my brother?
Yes, that's what's so. I'm
That's
not
so
shocked.
cold about it. Yes, sir. That's what's so cold about it.
Yeah, bro. I'm not shocked, but it's you know how you're not surprised, but you still kind of flabbergasted by the blatantness of it, bro. This is not
Yes,
even
sir.
hidden.
Big facts, brother.
It's almost like, what are our people doing, bro? This is not even, they not even hiding no more. It's almost like they like, what y'all niggas gonna do about it? Yeah, we selling y'all out. What y'all gonna do about it? Like, people hop on here and say, what we gonna do about it? They saying the same thing. What y'all gonna do about it? Nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Because
sir.
this, bro, this should be the #1 fuck. People want to talk about P. Diddy. Yo, when that was going on with P. Diddy, man, you couldn't, man, 24 hours they were talking about that. But everybody's scared to say something about these sellout niggas, bro. Niggas, oh, I ain't touching. I ain't. Yeah, they gonna say one little video, and then they ain't gonna say nothing. The big channel, they ain't saying nothing about this, bro. You feel me? So now, what I'm
Yes, sir.
doing, this how I'm feeling, big dog. Right now, with this story coming out by the Southern Poverty Law Center, everybody that's ignoring it with these big platforms, bro. I gotta reset, and now I gotta give you the side eye for a minute. You feel me? This right now should
Yes, sir.
reset
Yes,
our
sir.
whole community to give now everybody should now everybody gets a side eye right now, bro. We gotta relook at you now. You feel me? I gotta reevaluate everybody now, bro. I
Amen.
don't know.
That's why
Go
when
ahead.
I first heard about that, when I heard about that shit again, I made sure I put that shit in my stream. You ain't get, hey, I'm putting this information out for the people. You see what I'm saying? So I won't fall under that category, and I keep talking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But go
bro.
ahead, brother.
Yeah, that's good, bro. Because yo, this shit. I mean, bro, you're funding the actual people that's been harming and killing and unaliving our people, bro.
You basically you pushing division, and it came
And
out that you
profit,
pushing
yeah,
division.
and profiting from
And
it.
nonetheless, real quick, exactly.
Yeah,
What I say is, like you asked that question, what we gonna do? If we ain't gonna kick no ass, we need to file some lawsuits and play their game. You see what I'm saying? But you know, a lot of our
man.
people too scared, you know, to do anything. If you ain't gonna go put your boots on the ground, at least do a class action lawsuit, make these motherfuckers pay. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get your hands and knuckles dirty or your feet dirty. You see what I'm saying? Play
Yeah.
their game. Hit
But
them in the pockets.
here's the problem, big dog. This is the problem right here. See, I'm not just saying this to pump my chest or nothing like that. The problem is this: is a lot of these other channels that have these white boy channels. They got big platforms that's talking about this. You understand? So now this is making y'all look like how y'all intelligence and making our community look like cowards, bro. You feel me? Because now they got ammunition to say, wait a minute, y'all community and the people that y'all where y'all come from that's speaking for y'all, we talking about this. They was calling the white people saying y'all was calling us racist, but y'all own people, right, was funding the exact people that y'all say are the problem. They talking about this like real heavy. I'm talking about from the top down. I'm talking about top platform. I'm talking about with millions of subscribers. Then I'm talking about these white channels that was like, oh, what do we have here? They talking about this, bro. The big channels on the other side, but on our side, we ain't saying. I ain't seeing enough discussion about this, bro. Which makes us look bad. You know what I'm saying? So people got, man. I
Yes,
mean,
sir. I know exactly what you're saying, brother. Continue,
but see,
please.
that's the problem, bro. When you trying to build your platforms up, I mean, I understand people want to get monetized. I understand people want to make money. I'm not disputing that, bro. Well, you
Can
gotta
y'all hear me?
be careful. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot.
Can
But
y'all
the
hear me?
problem is when you do that, you still you gotta understand you got a responsibility. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
You have
Yes, sir.
you
I feel you
yeah,
110%.
you still have
That's
a
why I do what I do.
responsibility, bro.
That's why I do what I do, none. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I totally agree.
And let the chips fall where they may, man. These people, yo, you cannot let these people get away with that, bro. They can't get, yo, you talking about, oh my goodness, bro. They said the KKK, the skinhead, these biker gang, racists, all these people was being funded, boy, our motherfucking money, and we asking for reparations, and y'all giving them millions of dollars to our enemies, bro.
Facts, bro.
What
Facts.
the fuck?
And that's why I said, because we'll never get reparations, but we can put together a class action lawsuit and sue the shit out of them.
Well, the thing about them is you can get it, but once you have to put pressure on them first, bro. That's how you get shit done. Once you exhaust all the other avenues, right? You know how certain times you'll sue like a big company, and after a while they be like, you know what? Let's just give them what they is so they can go we ain't gotta deal with them. When you start costing them more money, you feel me, than it is to fight you, that's when you're gonna get what you asking for. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I totally understand and
Yeah.
agree.
So now we got the perfect opportunity. Yo, we can hold that feet to the fire where they like,
The
you know what?
perfect
Yes,
opportunity.
yeah, bro. And nobody saying, I'm like, so now I'm thinking like they not really serious about it.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
You know
sir.
what I mean? People not serious about really
People
getting.
not trying to find solutions to the
Yeah,
problems we going
right.
through.
They talking about it, but they not really trying to get no solution, bro. You feel me? They ain't trying to get the solution because yo, you got a gift wrap. I mean, the perfect gift. I mean, this thing is like a freaking a sundae with a cherry on top and shit, yo. And y'all ain't using this shit against them. I don't understand it, bro. And this goes right up to the subject at hand too. This is the Southern Lawson, bro. These are lawyers. This is
And,
showing everything we saying is right and exact.
and nonetheless, it really
Yes.
proves what we've been saying. I've
Yep.
been saying for years that
Vindication. Yep.
our people waiting on the Lord. They scared of action. They waiting on God to change some shit. You see what I'm saying?
Well, they waiting on the Lords of London. See, those are the Lords come from over there, and that's the Lords right there. Because it's the House of Commons in the Lords, the House of the Lords, and the House. Well, Parliament is made of the House of Commons and House of Lords, right? So the House of Lords would be like the Senate, would be equal to our Senate. The House of Commons would be equal to the House of Representatives over here. So those are the people that govern over people, the landowners. You know what I mean? Certain districts and stuff. So what we were saying about the lawyers, you see it from the Southern Poverty Law Center. They're working against the people. That's right there. Everything we saying is lining up.
Nah, we can't. Hey, real quick, man. We can't hear you, Coach. If you talking, Aton. Say something,
Man,
Aton.
y'all can't hear me.
Nah, I can't hear you, bro. You go
Man,
out and come back in.
Dang, I ain't hear me for the
how do
whole
I
time. I ain't hear.
Yeah, I see his mic moving. Yeah, I went to the chat and I seen you. Y'all can't hear me now. We can't hear you, brother.
how do I go out and come back in?
Yeah, I'm muting up too. I thought he was taking a break or something. Go ahead. Yeah,
Me
Aton, we
too.
can't
I
hear
was
you
like,
at all.
that's what I was thinking. He was letting us talk and build and shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I can't hear you, Coach. Aton, Coach.
I had to send messages and shit.
Oh, how you go out? It's basically what you did earlier. You take yourself off the thing and bring yourself back. There you go. Yeah, there you go. And shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Much love.
Can y'all hear me
to
now?
the motherfucking people, man.
Yes, sir. We can hear you now, bro.
Go ahead, Aton.
Damn.
I
Oh,
can't hear
nothing.
you. Put me in the back now and bring me back because I still can't hear you.
Damn.
I can hear him. I can hear him, but now Big Dog can't hear you.
Damn, man. What's going on with this thing, man? Why are they doing that? It seems like every time I bring up something, it cuts somebody out. Big Dog, can you hear me? Oh, he just dropped off. Come back, man. This is that bullshit.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, I can hear you too.
All right. Nah, y'all was building. It was cool. Y'all was building. All I was saying was, I said one thing and then y'all kept going. I was like, maybe they can't hear me. But none of your business brought up this little. Yeah. Is that better now, Big Dog? You can hear me?
Man, I can hear you loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
All right.
That's what's up. All right. So none of your business had this thing. She want to share this. Let's see what this lovely young lady is talking about here. She be going in though. I think she be going in.
Oh, that's Chief Janice, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what she's talking about.
To track you and follow your car all around for no end goal, baby. The end goal is a mercenary at the end of that. And see, this ties into what the European Union had said, that the Mossad was over here on the ground. And that's just one mercenary group. I ran into the Romanians. The Romanians have their own secret service unit. They have their own intelligence unit. They over here on foot. And let's not pretend that the niggas here on YouTube is not connected to the Romanians. So I can see how activists, even on the YouTube side of things, even people who are speaking out about history, I can see you can see the clear target right there. Ain't no nigga on this bitch should ever be walking into Romania.
I can't even hear it. Can y'all hear me?
But why are you over there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear the video?
You're working with the Romanian mercenaries.
Yes, sir.
Romanian intelligence.
Damn, now I can't hear
Romanian,
spy on Americans.
She talked about Romanian intelligence.
Off Americans.
Spy in America.
In these covert missions.
These covert missions.
It's going to be you active duty against a veteran here in America that's minding their own motherfucking business, speaking out on whatever they want to speak out because they earned the right to speak out, fighting for this country. And then they end up dead by the hands of a goofy nigga and a bitch nigga from Howard's signature on a Pfizer authorization. Do you know how crazy that is? A nigga who had to stand cheek to cheek is now sliding on people via the law systematically. The same thing they did to our ancestors systematically.
Big Dog. You know, you ever heard of this sister right here?
Yeah, she used to be on the platform.
Yeah, bro, she used to come over to the platform. Yeah, Big Dog, remember?
Yeah,
real shit?
Yeah, she used to come over to Empress.
Empress Hope. Yeah, with Hope in there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's her. Okay.
Yeah, when the Chief, when we used to build with Sun Owl and Lyrica and all them. Yeah.
Exactly. I couldn't remember the name, but my brother nonetheless hit it on the point, like always. Good, bro.
Yeah, my girl and them. Yeah, it was a little. Yeah, it was just a little. We had some little. Well, they had some little issues, but you know how it is on the internet, bro. People have little disagreements.
Yeah.
Cause you talk about 10, 12 years ago, my brother Aton. Yeah, I remember her from back then.
Yeah. She came.
And everything she's saying is on point.
Yeah. Back when they had the Matriarch Express and stuff and all that.
Right.
Yep. I was trying to interview him right before they broke up.
Chief Holiday did. Yeah, Chief Holiday did. But because he used to be on his channel first, and then they went over to Empress Holbert joint.
And then they went to TikTok because I
Yeah,
used to
yeah.
love Empress Holbert. I love her passion. You know what I mean? She had that fire like me. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man, yeah. Empress Holbert, yep, she definitely
Yes,
did.
sir. She got that passion and fire just like me.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. She didn't hold back on nothing. But that's the trip, man. I remember the last one she did. She said, "Man, I'm done with this YouTube shit." I said, "Damn, what's going on here?" People just is there you want me to keep going on this? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. For some reason, I can't hear the video, but whatever.
Yeah, I stopped.
You can keep it going, brother. You can keep
Okay,
it
Want me to
going.
keep going?
I'm loving it. I'm
We
loving
get
the
beat by the
information.
system. This right here, guys, is the system. We don't get beat individually. We get beat by the system. The system slide on us. The system push us out of housing. The system stops us from getting business loans. The system discriminate on us by zip code. See, we don't have to make believe. We don't have to pretend like it's something that it's not. When we see this shit in the flesh, we see it in the flesh. We see the system operate. This is the Congressional Black Caucus on their website. They had to put out a press release, baby. CBC.house.gov. They're going to renew it. But then they're going to talk out the side of their neck about what the Trump administration, of course these crackers want to reauthorize. They got to get y'all signature to do it though. Look at this. It says the Congressional Black Caucus has very serious reservations about legislation that would allow the continued over surveillance of our communities. Bitch, y'all didn't never tell us we was being surveillance. I never heard Neil Congressional Coon tell us, hey, Black Americans, you guys are being surveillanced by foreign intelligence and foreign fucking mercenaries. But you put it on your website in the press release to get ready to blame it on the Republicans when you niggas sat there and signed off on the shit way back.
That's facts, man. She's speaking facts. Go ahead, Aton. Hey, you saying anything, Aton? Because I don't want to cut you off, good brother.
Oh shit, I didn't come off mute. Yeah, I mean what she's saying is something that people are afraid to even talk
How they
about.
systematically, targeted our people systematically.
And then these people are
put these organizations, people in place to basically, take away our rights, our benefits, our everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like what she's saying right there. That's a good one, though. None of your business. That's a good one right there.
I hear you. I'm gonna go out and come back in. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Damn. But that's a good one right there. None of your business. That's a good one. You look at it from that perspective, right? So it falls right in line with the wrap-up smear. She's talking about zip codes. You know what I'm saying? Redlining. Blocking. Overseeing. Gatekeeping. Making it more difficult for us to get loans or get credit or get funding for projects that we want to do in our what you call it? It's in the it should be pinned to the top, big dog. I'll drop it. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, this is part of the wrap-up smear. You want me to play it again? I'll play it again. Where's she at? Where's she at? Let's play it again. Let's play it again. The wrap up smear. Let's play it again.
To sort of present what you've done, or are you guys more focused on just
What people say to me all the time, you raise more money than anybody, maybe not the Obamas and the Clintons, but I've not run for president. Why don't you spend some of your money on yourself? Go out there and say what you did, this, and this. But, you know, it's just not, maybe I should, but the fact is, what I want to do is have these members present themselves. Because basically, at the end of the day, that's what people are interested in, their representative and what their representative is going to do for their district. The Republicans are afraid of that contrast in a race because they're going to go there to be involved in trickle-down economics, shutting down hospitals and the rest of it. So they don't want them to see that contrast, so they focus on something else. And it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this.
So what Janice is saying, and what the topic is, the wrap-up smear kills meritocracy, right? Here's the merit, because you already then did what she said. And let's say it again.
Demonize, and then we call it the focus on something else. And it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to, so they don't want them to see that contrast, so they focus on something else. And it's a diversionary tactic. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up.
See right there, she said it's self-fulfilling. Yeah, you demonize. Zip codes, what she was saying. Meritocracy, out the window. War on drugs. Drugs in the communities. Gangbanging, killing. All the things that we see on TV every time. You turn on a local channel, you guys all know we're about to say we're around that same generation at the time, within about five years of each other. You actually, anytime you turn on a local channel, you see a car chase. You see a black man, a black woman. You seeing somebody getting arrested. You see somebody's face being put up there as some type of criminal, some demonistic type of individual that's less than a dog that they consider. Let's hear her out again.
Smear, if you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest.
Okay, the falsehoods and all the rest. Smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest. And
stereotypes.
And then you merchandise it.
Right? So you got your commercials. Well, then you merchandise it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And then you write it.
And then you write it. Isn't that what you was talking about? Nonetheless, the media?
Yep.
All right.
They see it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press.
And you have that validation that the press
reported the smear.
Reported the smear.
And then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise.
Now that's called the wrap-up smear.
The press's report on the smear that we made.
And they make money off of that. So under the circumstances, right, we take it back to the old man, right? We take it back also to what Nonetheless is saying and what Big Dog is saying. Even with the old man that lost his house, or not lose his house, but they're trying to take take his estate. They went and filed a claim against his estate saying that he was incompetent and also that there was nobody there that existed. So his daughter that actually let me not use that word, that actually took her father to New York for whatever to protect him, to make sure that he's taken care of. Since there's nobody there and it's not existent, she is considered to be kidnapping. So you get all these agencies involved, all them agencies that they went. We're gonna go back and listen to it again. That's a complete wrap-up smear that they're doing. You bring a claim to court under these circumstances, then you get these agencies involved, then it becomes public news, and then everybody has to figure out on their own what's true or not. Most people that listen, as she said, to the media is going to give the benefit of the doubt to the media reporting something that might be halfway true.
It's a tactic, and it's
a tactic.
Self-evident, but I think
it's self-evident. It's self-evident. Okay, how is it self-evident, Pelosi? What she left out is, for example, people of color, Black people, African Americans. We've done that very well. And if you look at her eyes, she's looking down. She's got this weird look on herself. She knows she knows what she's referring to, and the media knows what she's referring to. I had to do that, y'all. I had to do that.
Well, I can guarantee you that she got in trouble for exposing. That's major what she's talking about, bro. This technique is used in covert or CIA. That's the technique that they are known. This is a major technique that they use all over the world to take over governments, to manipulate the media, propaganda. She's talking about the entire system within that phrase wrap-up smear, bro. She wasn't supposed to say that, bro.
They got comfortable.
Right, yeah, but not just that. You can tell there's pressure on them. Trump is putting pressure on them, so they're slipping up. You know what I mean? Now, another technique that you can see that all through our community from the beginning. They use that technique on us to perfection. You know what I mean? With the slave trade story, using that to merchandise it, to put it in books to say, oh, you know what I mean? Look, it's right here. You know what I mean? When it ain't nothing but a story, it doesn't apply to the millions or billions of people our people that was on his land. It might apply to a few people that wasn't our people, but it's not true. But because it's written, or they see it in newspapers, they see these runaways say, which ain't nothing but propaganda. The fact that they can claim land, that happened to my people. Man, my aunt was talking about, nobody was really paying attention to it because she's a little older. You know, may she rest in peace. But she was sitting there explaining, yeah, they tried to take our land because my uncle is my uncle, but she's through marriage, you know what I mean? She's still family, you know what I mean? But what she was saying was she caught some white family trying to take our land, her family land down in South Carolina, right? And what she said was she was reading the newspaper and they was putting a claim in on the land. She looking at it like, that's our shit. You know what I mean? You know how you could put a claim in the paper? Remember, you know, that's one of the old techniques. You put it in the paper, make, you know, it stay for 30 days, and now it becomes they was doing that's a technique they use. That's sort of like a wrap-up smear. They put it in the paper, nobody disputes it. Now it becomes a legal claim. Because it was announced in the paper. They was doing stuff like that. That's the same technique.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can say, oh, look, they talking about it, or it's in the newspaper. It doesn't mean it was true.
Right.
You know what I mean? That don't mean it was true.
So what they do? Some form of abandonment or adverse possession.
Yep, they can do either one because now they can say they can go to court and say, well, look, we put a legal claim, boom, boom, at the 30 day, nobody claim. Yeah, but you can, I mean,
and also real quick, man, what they doing is basically they acting like when say one of our elders die, they acting like they don't have no inheritance, and like he showed in that video, putting somebody power of attorney over that estate or that land and acting like we don't exist, the family. You see what I'm saying? Like they did in that video. They doing like you said also, but they doing like they said in that video also. But go ahead, brother. My bad.
No, that's good, bro. Exactly, bro. That's is really when people say this whole world is an illusion. This is what they really mean, bro. It's all fiction. It's all predicated on what is perceived. So if somebody perceives that this is what it is, then the perception becomes, like she said, self-evident.
Right. In
because
court
of
they
your
call
perception.
it. Yeah, in court they call it prima facie evidence. Right, that Latin word of fact. But when you're this is when you're dealing with people in their official capacity, right? You're dealing with people that have knowledge. They have knowledge of who you are, what that situation is. They have to do full research in what they're doing. On top of that, they know that the people actually bringing the claim have no standing, though, nonetheless, none whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? That'd be the fucked up part about it. These people have no standing, but they're and the judges and the courts know that. Clerk knows it, judge knows it. You have an attorney bringing a claim, or you have the DA bringing a claim in the name of the state of California or any other state, and there's no injured party, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. You actually bringing the same type of claim. It's the same thing what happened to that old man. They doing that shit on a simple damn driving infraction. They're doing estate business. I mean, I'm just like this, right? I'm like this. Somebody is going to have to do something about that. When I see stuff, videos like that earlier about that man right there, and they putting his daughter in jail. I mean, they smearing her. That's libel. That's defamation of character. That's slander. That's all kind of shit that you're doing. You know what I mean? And it's premeditated. So before you even touch places, you touch the foot in that courthouse, you already had documents drawn up ready to do this for whatever reason. But they have us so preoccupied with so much shit because they got us from so many different angles. We don't even know if we coming or going, and we don't even know where to start and where to end when you're doing these cases. On top of that, they know they got all these actors up here in all these different uniforms with guns, and then you got your major ones with the guns and everything where they can sit there with their handcuffs and batons and tasers and sprays and all that shit. And you got to think about it, like, how the hell I'm gonna get out of this shit? I can't whoop his and asses. I can't do all that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's a bad deal. Then a lot of people they don't even focus. They just turn the other cheek. They just turn the other cheek.
Well, the problem with a lot of these foreign actors, right, especially these pale faces, with the problem that they're having now with the MAGA versus the conservatives versus these not versus, they are actually going against certain conservative, they call them rhinos and stuff, right? because these people are actually working with the Democrat and Republican Party. So you have a fraction within that system that's all working together. So they're not they are actually being exposed to go against the people, even though their party affiliation has them labeled as a Republican. You see what I'm saying? Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I can
Y'all
hear
hear
you.
me?
I can hear you. I was on mute.
Well, so that's now became an issue, if y'all can hear me, because what's going on is these people believe that they are their citizens or they are Americans, and they're from European descent, but because of, as the time goes by, they're now adopting the fact that, oh, we this is our country, we Americans, and this and that. But now they're realizing that they're part of a corporate structure. They're creatures of law. Let me make sure y'all can hear me, bro.
I can hear
'Cause I'm
you.
about to go in on this shit.
I can hear you.
Yo, Aton, can you hear me?
Yep. Yep, I can hear you. You can't hear me, man? You can't hear me? Can't hear me.
Yo, mic check. I can't even hear Aton.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Aton, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I
All
can hear
right.
you now. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah. All right, cool. Cool. Go ahead. Go in on this. Can you hear me?
For some reason, I heard you at first, but then now I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? 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 Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Now I got two joints up in there.
All right, cool. Keep both of them up there.
I know. Yeah, bro. But if y'all couldn't hear me, I was just talking about how is now you're starting to see a fracture within this European descent type of situation, because now they're seeing that their only saving grace is the United States, and ours is not, because of the foundational black and all that stuff that's coming out right now. So what they're realizing is that they was used as a proxy for a world government ran by the British, for real, for real.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The British
Yeah.
have been manipulating the whole world and then blaming it on Israel, bro. If you really want to go deep on it.
Oh.
It's been British the whole time, ran by the Lloyds of London, those bankers and shit. This is why when you really pay attention to what's going on, you will see who's been running the whole shit for the whole time, bro, since the whole history been written.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump is exposing all them, bro, right now. But the problem that a lot of these pale faces is having is that without the United States, they don't have anything. Because even if you're going to try to act, I realized that. You want to know when I realized that? When I was reading the actual case from the Dred Scott case. One of the justices said something that was very interesting, bro. Because he was when they was all giving their opinions. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, when they was giving their opinions on the Dred Scott case, one of the justices said something that stuck out. He was like, okay, he gave a hypothetical. He was saying, well, hypothetically, let's say, I'm just paraphrasing right now, but this is pretty much what he was saying. He was saying hypothetically, let's say that he did own this Dred Scott, right? He don't have the authority to free him because he himself is a subject to the United States. That shit deep, ain't it? You hear me, Aton?
Yep.
Yeah, bro. You see where he was going with that? He was saying that he himself, how can he free anybody when he himself is already a subject to another authority? He's not even, pretty much he's saying he's not even free in order to have to free somebody else that has gave his sovereignty to him. How you gonna give your sovereignty to an entity that is not sovereign itself?
Okay. Right. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa, he got a point there. You know what I mean? That's the reason why the Dred Scott shit, he lost that. Because he like, nigga, y'all niggas is so dumb that y'all giving y'all sovereignty to people or entities that is not sovereign itself. But y'all in y'all mind thinking that these quasi de facto entities are sovereign, so that's what's giving it power.
Now, who was his lawyer?
That's a good question. I don't know. I didn't really go into. I don't know if he went in there.
What year was it?
Damn. Was that the 1850s? Man, it's been a minute since I looked at it, yo. But
yeah, you know who was his lawyer?
No, go ahead. You know, I forgot.
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh yeah, I was about to say Abraham Lincoln, but I'm thinking of somebody else. Yeah. You're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
Abraham Lincoln was his lawyer. So, what was Abraham Lincoln doing? He allowed him to come up to utilize that status, knowing he didn't have no standing nowhere. Yeah. That's why I ain't really feeling too bad about Abraham Lincoln at this point in time, based on how I'm looking at what he did. Like this dude was playing both ends of the spectrum. He was playing both ends, and that's what got him got. Playing both ends, man.
Well, he was doing the same thing with the whole funding the both sides.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Because when he said that if he didn't have to free, if he had the choice not to free one slave, he wouldn't do it. What is that saying? You're actually working with the other side, and then on top of that, you start creating all these greenbacks, flooding the market with debt that can't be paid back, that's not backed on anything. Then on top of that, you do this proclamation, and you're doing all these different acts of trying to expand the federal, well, not the federal government, what the federal government at the time, the United States of America, in spaces that ain't even supposed to be. Because you're still looking at the 13 United States colonies and all that stuff at that point in time that expanded. But a lot of these places that they were actually taken hold of really wasn't ratified. To my knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Because what? The 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th Amendment, were any of those ratified?
No.
There you go. There you go. So that's our problem. Now let me show you this real quick. Now this is back in 2024, right? You probably can't see it, but this is called California Introduces First In-Nation Slavery Reparations Package. California introduces first in nation slavery reparations package. Now, let me give you the date. And you see these niggas right here. And I know that sister with the locks. Know her. From left. These are the people. Now, this is January 31st, 2024. Now, they're saying this is the first in the nation effort. First in the nation effort. I don't know why they got the hyphens there. I don't understand that. Right? But look at what this first paragraph says. Sacramento, California. California state lawmakers introduced a slate of reparation bills on Wednesday, including a proposal to restore property taken by race-based cases of eminent domain and a potentially unconstitutional measure to provide state funding for specific groups. Race-based cases of eminent domain and a potentially unconstitutional measure to provide state fundings for specific groups. Now, we know what eminent domain means. We know what eminent domain means. Eminent domain means that the government takes property for the public good, right? It's also called public domain, right? So it's something that's going to be provided for the public good. But at the end, but on top of that, there's no, what do they say? There's no what without compensation. There's no, what is that? There's no seizure without just compensation. Now, in this situation right here, y'all, this eminent domain, they're saying right here, restoring property taken by race-based cases of eminent domain and potentially unconstitutional measure to provide state funding for specific groups. They put that in quotes, right? So this says the package marks a first in the nation effort to give restitution of Black Americans who have been harmed by centuries of racist policies and practices. California's legislative push is the culmination of years of research and debate. Other states like Colorado, New York, and Massachusetts have commissioned reparation studies or task force, but California is the first to attempt to turn those ideas into law. Let's see what they say. Down here, while many, I ain't read this in a while many only associate direct cash payment with reparations, the true meaning of the word to repair involves much more. We need a comprehensive approach to dismantling the legacy of slavery and systemic racism. So what they're saying right here is that eminent domain and all these race-based things that have been done, right, by statute. This ain't got nothing to do with West African slave trading. It's got something to do with something else that's going on. And what we're dealing with right now, and they're funding specific groups, state funding specific groups to do what? And they're using the courts to do that, eminent domain, and potentially unconstitutional measure, and a potentially unconstitutional measure to provide state funding for specific groups. And that specific groups is in quotes. So, now this is in 2024, but they're saying this is the first in the nation effort. So what are we talking about? I thought reparations been on the thing since the 40s and 50s and the 60s. One of them, I thought that thing been around for a minute. That's what I thought. But hey, what do I know? There's a lot, right, that goes on with this stuff. You see, this what I'm providing is a basic conversation breakdown and how they're utilizing and manipulating the system in order to take people's land, steal people's estate, transfer, do all the things based on you not being there, you not being competent, you being a child, an adolescent, a ward, all these different things that they're doing, and you're not even involved. This is why I always say, and I said that in the debate and otherwise, is that the bottom line, what they have done in all of our lands and what's been going on, and they remixed it up to this point, you know, through the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act and these civil rights, was in order to encumber on our land by our voluntary actions. Prior to that, it wasn't voluntary. They were just doing it without us even knowing. Then they started changing the borders. I mean, the lines you see right now in California and other places, just like in California, they're trying to redistrict again. They're trying to do a whole nother redistrict.
Yeah, gerrymandering and shit.
Yeah.
Which ain't nothing but redlining. That's redlining.
All this stuff is legislative, not even passed by law. Nobody is challenging it. So even if it does go through an act, it's still unconstitutional, and it still has no bearing. So this is when you get into, they know they're gonna keep pounding us with this shit. It's just layers upon layers upon layers upon layers upon layers. Nobody is gonna take the time, or they think nobody's gonna take the time to figure it out and make a claim.
Hey, but Aton, you got idea. That's why you need think tanks and people that understand how to stay in harmony, and what you can do to counteraction their efforts. Because here's one idea I put out there a while ago when they were doing with the jabby jab. I was on the Clubhouse. It was a huge room. And I was like, well, you know how you can't refuse if it's pertaining to the public, which is government. So if they put a public mandate out there, but let's go back to what you was talking about with eminent domain. Now they're saying they're using for the public consumption, the property that is controlled by your family or your estate. Now, how can you refuse but also agree with them at the same time, where you're not telling them no, but you're also putting the advantage back into your court, right? How can you take advantage? Now, of course, they got to compensate you, so that's one element that you can use. You can put a price on it that they will have to match, and if they match it, it's also going to be beneficial to your family as far as you know, whatever type of compensation you might require. So it may be monetary, but you can ask for other things as well. You can ask them for other parcels of land as well, right? It's something called conditional acceptance. You feel me?
Talk about it.
All right. So now you can say, okay, you're gonna you want me to do this, but now you're thinking, well, I can't say no, because then they can force the issue, because now by me doing business in the public, I'm going against what the best interest of the public. I can't really do that. So I'm just like, okay, I'll agree to you, but I'm gonna give you a list of things that you have to now do in order to make this agreement whole, to make me whole. And you may give them some outrageous points. You may say, you know what? I need a private plane. You know what I mean? Shit. I'm exaggerating a little bit. I need a private plane I need a limo. I need some land down in Alabama too. At least about
Right.
1,000 acres to replace this, because this has sentimental value to me. Come on. You just gonna take my land and then you're not gonna compensate? Man, I got a lot of memories here. Man, come on, my people's buried here. Anyway, that's number 3. The private plane, the limo, need a bus too. You know what I mean? Need an RV. I'm just giving y'all examples. You can put anything in there. You know what I mean? Some gold, silver, whatever. And say, look, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying these are the conditions of me saying yes. Because you already gave me your plan. I'm supposed to just agree with you. You need it for public, but guess what? My family needs this, and this is the conditions that I need to be fulfilled. Just like with the jabby, I'm telling people, well, I'll say yes as long as y'all sign this this agreement right here saying that I can sue all the pharmaceutical companies if I get sick. You know what I mean? So I'm not, remember, I want y'all to know I'm not saying no. I'm telling y'all I got a conditional. I got conditions in this writing right here. And y'all got to sign this before I do it. You know what I mean? Since I'm going into your contract, I got a contract too that y'all got to sign. And guess what? They don't do it. We just going to keep fighting back and forth then. Until y'all agree to my conditions. Because remember, remember, I'm not refusing.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying no to it.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm just telling you what I need now.
Right.
In order for this contract to be binding. You feel me?
Right.
But people that sign it and they don't give no conditions, what they want. They don't put it in writing. They just say, oh, they taking my stuff. They using eminent domain. Oh, they about to take, well, did you give them a conditional acceptance? Because you accepting, but under your conditions too. You need some things met too. Not just what y'all say, oh, we gotta give them a proper compensation. What that mean? What does compensation mean? That could be that could be $1. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. Talk about it. Yeah. I was just talking to my cousin about this. He brought it to me. Conditional acceptance. I said, oh shit, conditional acceptance. I was like, yeah, did that, been there, done that. That's good. And, hey, you can't go wrong with that. I ain't saying I ain't gonna pay. I ain't saying I don't want to do it. I just need this first. That's a counter offer. That's a counter offer.
Right. Yeah. Man, they be like, man, this private plane is preposterous, judge. They be like, well, Your Honor, I mean, you gotta understand. You know, I got travel back and forth now. I need some type of, all right, you know what? Maybe that is. But at least give us the money for one. That's like $3 million.
Exactly. Yeah, you a full ledger. This is how much money I put into it over this time. You just ain't just gonna give me. And this is what you're gonna pay me.
Right. How you gonna tell me what my labor is worth?
That's right.
You feel me? All this work I put on my land. That's worth
right.
like at least 100 million.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. I gotta pack up. I gotta move. I got this to take care of. Got that to take care of. I gotta buy me something else. I gotta, I gotta change my own location.
I gotta shed a few tears. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
And y'all gonna tell me that it's only worth motherfucking 300,000? The fuck? All right, otherwise we just had to go to Supreme Court real quick. You know what I mean?
I'm about to save this.
No, because y'all look like I'm not getting no fair. Y'all not being fair.
I'm about to save this as a PDF, and I'm gonna put this thing in the chat GBT. I'm like, what does this mean actually? What does this mean actually? This specific groups. Who are these specific groups? Let me go here to documents. Let's go here. I can put that in there. Cool. Cool in the gang. Let's bring this up real quick. Let me go to let's do that one. Let's do that one. So pull that up. Let's go to documents. All right, break this down, man. Break this down. I need to know about this eminent domain and foreclosures, wrongful foreclosures, and this specific groups language. What we got here? What we got here? See if it gives us something we can work with. All right, so it says it's a window into how the system actually operates when it comes to eminent domain property takings, foreclosure type mechanisms, specific groups language, constitutional issue, and how all this ties into control, classification, and remedies. So what they are really saying from your document, restore property taken during race-based uses of eminent domain and state funding for specific groups based on race, color, ethnicity. These two phrases are the entire game. Eminent domain, taking private property for public use without just compensation, Fifth Amendment. What it becomes in practice, being used to remove people from land, transfer land developers. The real connection to your thinking. Eminent domain is not just direct seizure. It overlaps with tax sales, foreclosures, redevelopment takings, code enforcement, Foreclosure is supposed to be a private contractual remedy, but in reality, it is deeply tied to foreclosure is supposed to be a private contractual remedy, but in reality is deeply tied to state power, recording system, courts, sheriff enforcement. So the connection to eminent domain, they're different legally, but functionally similar. Government takes property directly. Private party takes property with state enforcement. Just compensation required. Debt enforcement justification. Public use claim. Contract default claim. Openly government. Appears private. Enforced publicly. Still there? Nonetheless? So why wrongful foreclosure matters here? If foreclosure was based on defective title, improper assignment, fraud, lack of standing, then it can function as a de facto taking without just compensation. That is where your instinct is correct. What this bill is trying to do, this line is key. Restore property taken during race-based uses of eminent domain. This is an admission of past unlawful or discriminatory takings. Clip this whole thing. Disproportionate targeting of certain populations, failure of just compensation in reality. But here's the limitation. They are focusing on proven race-based eminent domain cases, not foreclosure abuse, systemic title defects, securitization issues, administrative overreach, broad property deprivation systems. So this is narrow relief for a wide problem. Specific groups, language. This is huge. This line, funding for specific groups based on race, color, ethnicity. This is where constitutional issues come in. While this is controversial, under equal protection, 14th Amendment, government cannot treat people differently based on race unless it passes strict scrutiny. Strict scrutiny requires compelling government interests. Narrowly tailored solution. So strict scrutiny requires compelling government interest, narrowly tailored solution. Why the article says potentially unconstitutional? Because direct race-based funding equals high risk of being struck down. Similar to what happened with affirmative action cases. Look, I didn't bring in affirmative action. This is what it brought. Took it straight to affirmative action, based to the DEI, based on what the lady was talking about, straight to the Prop 187 of Pete Wilson, all these things that came together. The deeper issue, they are trying to fix harm using the same classification system that caused the harm. So they are trying, let's make sense of this. They're trying to fix harm using the same classification system that caused the harm. Clip that as well. How can you fix harm using the same classification system that caused the harm? You cannot do that based on the issue of the classification system is what caused the harm. Being that you're now black, colored, or whatever you are, put in a suspect classification, then on top of that, you have now done some type of guardian ad litem, in rem proceedings, so on and so forth, under different jurisdictions, where now that the individual, let's just use the word individual, that man or woman or that family comes into court, they're not even recognized as being competent, or what in Latin you call sui juris, or in propria persona, in your proper person, being that one that has real interest or a real party in interest. So now that creates tension as we continue. Repair through race, risk, so that arrow means equals risk violating equal protection. Ignore race equals fails to address real harm. Repair through race equals risk violating equal protection. So if you repair through race, equal protection under the law is not going to happen. Just like Nonetheless was talking about. Under the Dred Scott case, these issues that coming up, even in this birthright citizenship, who is considered to be a real party in interest? There's no equal protection under the law because the law is not bound to respect anything dealing with a Negro, black, or colored that the Supreme Court is bound to respect, or the law or the Constitution is to respect, because your name, those titles are not in the Constitution. Make sure we're clipping all this. Ignore race equals fails to address real harm. So how can you make these two mesh? How you do it? American Indian, Aboriginal, Indigenous, in any order. by the terms and the definitions of the 1828 definitions and all the other prior references that we can use, now applied and now put in suspect classifications of Negro, Black, Colored, African American, Afro American, whatever you want to call it. Now we have made the distinction and made the combination. And we can make that through all the Civil Rights Acts, all the Indian Citizenships Acts, the Dawes Act, all these different acts that became what is to be in order to get us in this situation when we was autonomous. I know people like to use autonomous, auto. What about autonomy? Autonomous, sovereign, independent, foreign, not subject to jurisdiction of the United States of America. Works in a good way. You've been, how this connects to your theory, you've been talking about classification, control, identity labeling, administrative systems, land laws. This article actually confirmed pieces of that structure, but in a limited way. What's really happening and what it's doing is going through all the things I always search or have discussions at in regards to the chats that I have. The system acknowledges land was taken unjustly. Certain groups were targeted, but it frames the problem as racial harm. See, this is how we pick out the key words. That's going to make it that much harder and extend it that much longer into any type of remedy. And so let me go back to number 2. But it frames the problem as racial harm. Number 3, instead of structural/legal mechanisms of control. Oh, it gave me a little fire symbol, huh? The deeper truth. Oh, this is supposed to be fire now. Property loss historically comes from a combination of systems. Eminent domain, foreclosure, taxation, zoning, code enforcement, title manipulation, court enforcement. Now, you tell me if you're an indigenous, Aboriginal, American Indian, then put in the suspect classification of Black, Negro, Colored, African American, in other words, they might use. How is this possible? How are they able to do eminent domain? How are they able to do foreclosures? How are they even to tax you? How are they able to zone you? How are they able to do code enforcement on you? How are they able to do title manipulation? How are they able to do court enforcement if they do not have subject matter jurisdiction? How is it possible? Let's scroll back up. Let's scroll back up. Repair through race equals risk violating equal protection. Repair through race, risk violating equal protection. All right. So let's come back down here. So all these combination of systems are all backed by state authority, police power, administrative law. It says where you are on point, you're correctly identifying that these are not isolated events. These are systemic tools of property transfer, and the bill is addressing a symptom, not the full system. So the bill is only addressing a symptom, not the full system. The real power play in this bill, this part, restore property or provide compensation. Now, right here, right, this is why I say, well, I'm a little useful at, right? This is where I get kind of, you said, kind of crazy with it, is that I would actually take these words and I know what they mean, and I know what is attempting to do and what is attempting not to do. What is attempting to do is put a Band-Aid on something and give a little bit of something, but not really admit to the whole gamut. But shout out to this thing right here, man. Hey, you know what, man? I'm glad it's like, remember that commercial, Edna? I'm glad I met you. That's right. That is huge because it acknowledges property can be restored, not just paid for. Government takings can be reversed. This is not always final. Remedies can include restitution. That concept, if expanded, could apply to, right? So we got to expand it, could apply to wrongful foreclosure cases, void sales, defective title chains, proper trustee actions, and auctions. But the bill does not go that far. So now, right, you get the proper man or woman that's fortified enough to say, hey, we looked at everything that you have. This is what you need to add. This is what you're missing. Not going up there with your emotions and talking about, well, we need to do, because they're not listening to that. They're robots. They're listening to statute code. Have you read it? Are you breaking it down? Or are you just coming with us with more color? Because if you're coming with us with more color, we're not listening to you. And see, most of these people that come up here and do all this theatrical stuff and they video themselves and they coming in front of them people and they talking big and bad and so on and so forth and da. The people on the other side, they know they just acting because you haven't said anything. They know you don't know who you are. You're still talking like a slave, a statutory one at that. Not from a position of autonomy or authority. Big picture. This is what you got here. You're looking at a partial admission that the system has taken property improperly, a limited attempt to repair harm through legislation, but still operating inside classification systems, race, administrative control, constitutional constraints. 10, bottom line, what you got here is recognition that property was wrongfully taken, a narrow legal pathway to repair some of those takings, constitutional struggle, final reality check. There we go. I like that. You know what? I think at the end of the day, I like that. So, what we're going to do is appreciate the brothers coming up. What am I at? 357.54. Man, we're going to go ahead and shut this thing down. What I want to also do is I want to finish out FBI Director Kash Patel. Just finish out what he was saying. I want to finish out all these things, get these out. Hopefully this was informative enough for you guys. Figure it out a little bit. Because we all trying to figure it out, try to make sense. Make this make sense of what we have going on. I'm going to bring, nonetheless, he had that link. I didn't get to it. I'll bring that up on the next one. So, yep. Thank you, business. Know your business. Appreciate you too, participating, everything. You know, y'all keep it fire. So let's go ahead and go with this. I didn't get to the point, Isness, on the we talked about the Southern Law Poverty Center, but we didn't get to the point of where you was talking about in regards to that those people that actually running it are putting so-called copper-colored people out front. You know what I'm saying? Still don't give them a pass, but that is something that has been also systemic in regards to these people coming up front now and hiding and putting our so-called people up front and them laying in the back. But at the same time, these people are jumping up there because they want to be the ones to be the face of it. I'll be like, you on your own, buddy. You on your own, buddy. They be like, hey, you want to tell your constituents how much money you take from me? Or, that you've been at these parties? Oh, no, shit, damn, I got to go out there. This is where the people going to have to come out and say, hey, man, I did some, I'm tired of it, though. But who knows, Isness? Who knows when that's going to happen?
Of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front. In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred. This is an important case brought by President Trump's administration. We're thankful to the president for his leadership and funding of not just the FBI and DOJ, but his commitment to go out there and wipe out fraud and conspiracy and waste and abuse wherever it occurs, including the Southern Poverty Law Center. Even though this money was made to appear to be coming from legitimate people and legitimate entities, we at the FBI, with our great partners at the Department of Justice and in the state of Alabama, were able to comb through a decade worth of material, a scheme that took a decade to build, so that we were able to follow the money, because money never lies, and they got caught. As the Attorney General said, these charges are varying, they are widespread and wide-ranging, and this investigation is very much ongoing. Today, we're here to announce the charges of the Southern Poverty Law Center, and this investigation and the individuals who are responsible will be brought to justice. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. That really didn't say too much. I thought I had a good clip. I didn't even listen to it first. But yeah. All right, y'all. So look, we're going to get back on the next one. I'm going to be, also, Chief, I am going to be going live. I'm going to go over there and support that brother. So yeah, I'm going to do that too as well. So we're going to get up out of here. I was like, wait a minute, in the last sexy, what's that? He said today. I don't know. Who ran in the last decade? Oh, yeah, you wanted me to pull that up. Hold on. Let me pull that up. Who ran the Southern Law Poverty Center in the last 10 years? Question mark. Let's see. This thing came up. I ain't gonna share my screen yet. I want to see. Oh, wow. All right. You own to something here. Hold on. Let me pull this one up. Wild business. Look at this. All right. So it says that's the Southern Law Poverty Center in downtown Montgomery, Alabama. That thing is huge. And it says Southern. Now this is, that's in 2018. This is July 13, 2025. It says the Southern Poverty Law Center. Let me blow this up a little bit. Southern Poverty Law Center President and CEO Margaret Huang. Margaret Huang. You know any sister's last name Huang? Isn't it? You know anybody sister's last name Huang? Hey man, Wang again. You really don't know a lot of sisters that even marry Asians. They really don't mess with them. Okay. Let's keep reading. SPLC announced Wang's resignation in a statement on Thursday. The release from the civil rights organization says Wang planned to focus more on her family. Margaret has led SPLC with deep care, clarity, and conviction, guiding us through moments of growth and moments of challenge, said Karen Baines Dunning. All right, let's see what she looked like. Hold on. Search the web. I need a picture. Images. That's a sister. Chocolate, too. Chocolate, nice. Pretty. I'll bring her face up in a minute. All right, let's get back to this one. The current chair of the SPLC Board of Directors. So Karen Baines Dunning is the current chair of the SPLC Board of Directors. Now, if you guys understand corporations, the chairman of the Board of Directors does the hiring and the firing. The Board of Directors decide what gets funded, what does not get funded. Usually that Board of Directors also has an advisory board connected with that has the resources. Coming from a 501c3 guy for 20 years. plus. Your board of directors is your board of directors. That's your CEO, your CFO, your vice president, all that. Those are the ones that control all the different type of mechanisms. But the board of directors said Karen Baines Dunning fired her. She's the chair. Now, if you guys don't know, back in the day, right, you got the Sherman Act, right? The Sherman Antitrust Act, where a lot of these big companies like Ford and the Vanderbilts and Rockefellers and Carnegies, they started creating these foundations in order to hide their money. So they went from the CEO to the chairman of the board, and they got a little salary for that. Just so you know. Say her legacy is woven into the fabric of this organization, and we are well positioned in part because of her leadership. Well positioned. Brian Fair, a former board chair and constitutional scholar at the University of Alabama, will succeed Wayne as the leader of the organization on an interim basis. Now let's see what he looks like. Images. That's the guy that we saw on the video. So that was the guy they got on the video, yeah. So they are trying to clean this up a little bit. Yeah, they definitely are trying to clean this up a little bit. That's that brother that came out and spoke. Wayne previously executive director of Amnesty International USA, took the reins of the organization in 2020 after a year of turmoil. The organization ousted co-founder Morris Dees in 2019 amid questions about racial and gender equity in the SPLC. Let's see what Morris Dees look like. Search. Now this guy is a alleged Caucasian. Well. The CEO. Hold on. Let me get this lady's face up here. Margaret Huang. You got to say it like this. Huang. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. She kind of looks like an Eskimo type. You know what I mean? Like she's from Alaska or something. Or Hawaii. This is like one of those. She don't look like a Hawaiian like you would see one from coming over here. Right? She got a different look to her. She got high cheekbones. She got kind of like a face like, she got nose like that. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back here. It's not giving me any other people. So is this? I don't know. The chairman of the board is a sister. Let me get some other stuff here. Let me see. Leadership team. Okay, so digital director, Cassandra Douglas, that's a sister. You got Margaret Huang as the president and CEO. You got Seth Levi, Chief Program Strategy Officer. Yep, he's pale skin. And that's pretty much what they have right there. I don't see nobody else. Boy, they sure do be hiding them though. Let's go to Alabama. See, but they showing black people all the time though. This is the thing. Is this like I just clicked on Alabama? They showing black people in the picture. Racial equity, social justice, civil rights movement. Right? This is what they're talking about. But what they don't, yep, Alabama's black belt people. Right. See, it's very deceiving how they have it. Strengthening democracy and voting rights. Strengthening democracy and voting rights. Dismantling white supremacy. Ending unjust imprisonment. Eliminating poverty and economic equality. Who is that for? So even though these people might be doing that, oh, let's do one more. Let's go to Florida. Yep. Black people again. I mean, I don't need to go to Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi. We already know what time that is. I don't know, business. I think this had to do with black people. Me, myself. I think this diversity, equity, and inclusion thing that they were talking about, it was like like what the white boy was saying, that they got rid of, that they was hiring these people based on them being hit with the DEI thing. And they was hiring these people based on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what it seemed like to me, what I'm reading. But outside of that business, oh, them brothers and sisters. Right. I mean, under Hawaii, maybe she was moving the money around and doing some of this stuff, but you telling me that they didn't know nothing about it? They can't just get away with that. They can't get away with the fact that they were, a little bit complicit. If they don't take some form of responsibility in regards to them, going against their morals, their values of keeping everything so-called black and hiring two foreigners to run that Southern Poverty Law Center, then you're incompetent. Well, Wayne probably won't get away with it. Wayne probably won't get away with it. They got rid of her. So when you distance yourself, it's like in sports. When you distance yourself from the coach or from a player, they've done things that will be detrimental to the program per se. And then they find a fraud and they saw what was going on through their accounts. You don't really think that these brothers and sisters, the board of directors is going to drop a dime on her? Yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to drop that dime. We ain't taking a rap for you. They got rid of her in due time before they get all the way taken down. Now, they're going to have to pay because it came through their accounts. If they're dumb enough to take the rap, not drop a dime, well, so sad. They need to change their whole approach anyway because they're pushing issues that are not going to lead to anything. I just read you that when I pulled up in there. So it ain't happening. They don't get no passes with me, my dear. They gets none. So, yeah. But that's cool. We got that out the way. Wrap up smear. Who really getting the wrap up smear? She said it's self-evident. She said it's self-evident. Wrap up smear. Yep, sure did. How about we play that one again? And then we'll play our last couple cuts and then we out of here. How about we do that? That work? All right, let's go. Appreciate y'all as always. Appreciate y'all as always. Indeed, 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 indeed. Let's play this. All right, I got it lined up.
The self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic, and it's self-evident. But I think I'm worth the trouble, quite frankly.
She said it's self-evident. Mm-hmm. The way they talk. Yeah. The way they talk. That's why I'm so aggressive. I understand what they're saying. I understand what they're saying. So I get a little snappy at them. And that's why I get snappy at the situation, because I know what they're saying. I actually know what they're saying. You know? And it's that much harder because I know a lot of people don't know what they're actually saying. Because the topic of discussion, always remember this before we get out of here. You are the topic of discussion. Every single day they wake up and every single night before they go to bed. You are the topic of discussion. They're supposed to be on top of the top. They're supposed to have everything, rich, everything. They the great white hope. They the great conqueror. They the this, they the that. You see it everywhere, in all places. White is right. White as the driven snow, as pure as it may be. But why are you the focus? Why can't they sleep good at night? Why can't they sleep good at night without figuring out and thinking about how can I make sure I keep this up, keep these people down? Why do they wake up early in the morning so motivated and full? Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. I'm the
coach. Quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Racket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to action, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss, you trying to employ it.
Clocks, baby. Infinite.